Honestly, just being a chatting stream would make this 20 times easier. What is up, one and all? Welcome back to the channel. It has been a busy weekend. That sigh wasn't deep enough. I've moved the mic a bit further away, by the way. I don't know if that's better or worse. Let me know. But yes, we had a very eventful 48 plus hours. Apologies, there was plans to have a stream on Thursday and on Friday. But you know, things got in the way. It wasn't enough to be a caster anymore. That's lame. I am now better than all of the other casters because I'm a caster in a cast. Checkmate, mother duckers. Your move. Yeah. Oh, the timing, dude. The freaking timing. I mean, at least it was after my friend's wedding, baby was born. Actually, I don't know if it's better or worse for that detail. And then also, at least it was after I had to travel abroad, right? Plus the arm bruise. Oh, what? Oh, yeah, you noticed that, huh? Yeah, that's... You guys like that? That was just from taking blood. That wasn't anything to do with the accident. Maybe I should put on the back green light. I don't know. I'm staying further away. Usually I'm like this close, so the green screen's perfect. But I need to be like this because what you guys can't see is I've got a stool. Because I'm meant to keep this elevated. You know, I was actually weighing up whether I should create... I don't know if it's worth creating a separate channel doing vlogs. Maybe I should start uploading vlogs on my YouTube channel. Because I was thinking that I was recording some parts of my experience. It was pretty rough. I think the nurse failed the blood taking. Dude, it wasn't the... That's the best part. It was one of the doctors. Yes. Man, I don't know. This looks kind of tacky. Maybe I should put the other light on. It'll probably keep it warmer in here. All right, one sec. I'm going to hop over. Without me on screen, it just sounds like I'm humping something. This is great. It's like a safety check, right? Like, if I injure myself, people immediately know and they can phone me an ambulance. So maybe live streaming is the way. But yeah, it's not comfortable because obviously the screen's here and I'm leg this way. It's going to be a fun time. So yeah, I guess we can break down what the hell happened. So guys, I was climbing. Some of you knew that was coming. You're like, there it is. Classic, of course. So I was actually going to like cast the game before the team games begin, but maybe this is just better for the content. So what I'll do actually, shit, it's really toasty in here, so I might turn off the heat in a sec. Let me see if I can find a recent upload from when I was climbing, because it's good to have a point of reference. Maybe we might be even more in luck, because the place where I climb should have some photos from in the gym. So I went for my classic climb. Have a good time. What's up, Red Dark Side? Thank you very much. Yeah, so this was a pretty brutal experience. In fact, let me just really decrease the volume. There we go. So let me see if I can find some pictures from the gym. Yeah, they've got gallery, so this will work. Okay. So basically, I went for my weekly climb. For those who don't know, I do bouldering. People have asked if I'm going to stream it before. Should have been streaming that. That would have been the live stream fails content. Oh, man. That would have been it. That would have been the claim to fame. But one second. Let me hop across and we'll open. I'll probably break this down another time what happened. So, what happened? I had a fun weekend. Waiting up in A&E much longer than needed, taking much longer to get discharged, barely making it to the Sunday cast, missing out on tech conference work, which cost me money. But it all began here. This wonderful gym. Love these people. Avid Climber is called. And we were... I'm trying to see if I can find the wall. Because finding the wall will make this much easier to explain if I have a wide angle of the wall as well. Because the wide shot actually hides the wall that I was on. Oh, you can kind of see it through this guy's legs. That's an interesting approach. Maybe we'll use that to explain it. So, we had this wall. Wall that's usually referred to as a slab. For those who don't know, like you've got the overhangs, which is self-explanatory. A slab is more or less like straight. It might be slightly inclined. An inclined slab means it's actually, instead of you hanging, it's you leaning in. And this one was a slab, maybe a slight incline, right? And we had this wall here, in the back here. Let me zoom in. So this wall, different brackets, this different boulder that was up, right? Because they changed them regularly. So I'm climbing this boulder, and I'm having a blast, by the way. Like, I need to start using my TikTok to upload these, because I think it's a really cool way of sharing it around. But I was acing a bunch of these. I was flashing through reds, oranges, which are higher grades than the blue that I ended up doing on this wall. And I'd done the blue on this wall before. And I go up, right? So the current format for this wall has, like, giant boulders bigger than these ones at the bottom. Right? And the blue kind of goes here, 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 here. It's probably easier if I just open this. You know what? Actually, I just realized it's easier if I open this in paint, and then I can just doodle over it, and then you guys can see. You guys love paint after all, right? So we'll do that. Boy, oh boy, what an experience this was. So we'll do the best we can with this paint. But yeah, so I'm climbing on this wall. And so standing next to the wall, I think I would be about maybe here. Wait, is that even working? No, because it's not in a brush. I'm an idiot. I'd maybe stand about here. Maybe like somewhere around this height, I think. I think that's right. I'm not sure. So towards the top end of that red dot we've just done, right? I'll zoom in more for you guys. So you can see the walls are fairly high, right? Like I'm about, I think 5'12" is correct. And that means these walls are roughly about 12 feet. There are some taller, some shorter. So this one is inclined inwards slightly as you go up. And I'm doing a blue. I see someone else, I see struggling the blue. I'm like, I've done this before. I had spent the entire day doing a bunch of overhangs. And there's a technique with overhangs that's really good for climbing when you have to reach for holds, where you pull yourself into the wall with some velocity. And then as you go, obviously gravity is going to kick in. So what you do is you accelerate, and then you're essentially decelerating, right? Like basic physics. And at the point of 0, you reach for a new hold. Great idea on overhangs. Definitely should do it on overhangs. Recommended on overhangs. Not recommended on slabs. No, slabs, folks, is all about balance. Slabs, you want to take slowly, piece by piece, right? You want to try to keep 3 points of contact. Move gently, move nicely. It'll be a breeze. See where this is going. So, we're going to use like these colors. So the start point for this hold is like here, here. It's like here with the foot, right? So, we grab on, we grab up. There's a hold here, a hold here, hold here. Then you've got like a hold here and here, and then finally one over here. This is your finish point you're aiming for. This is what you need to reach. So I start the climb here on these bottom ones. You see my cursor still? Just about. Is there a bigger way? Yeah. You know what? I'll do boxes. So we start the climb here. And then I switch hand up to left, grab to right, bypass to right. Actually, no, that was the thing. I should have done that. Instead, I'm like left, right, dynamic movement. Actually, I think I might have grabbed right. So left and right here. And then what I done is went low, pulled up, reached for left, still had hand on right. So like, I'm between what you should do on a slab and what I was doing on an overhang. This hold looked quite nice. So for those that have seen boulders before, you can get different shaped ones. It's a bit hard to see because they're blurry here, but some will be juggy, where you grab and you'll just be able to get behind it. Others will be crimpy, where you have to use your fingers. Some have these like finger indents, where it's almost like you're just sliding your hand in, right? Nice little pocket to get inside. And that's what this one was. right? So it's kind of appropriate. My little blue blob has a slight gap in the center. So you go in, and you'll get about that much in. And then you just, like, lean into the weight. I went up, put my hand in, hand came out. It was not grippy. So you think about that type of hold, you're thinking it's going to be quite friction-based. You think it's going to have a good texture. You want good textures. The more textured something is, rougher it is, the more you're able to weirdly enough grip it. Might hurt if you're not used to climbing. Shouldn't really hurt. What you don't want is a slippery hold. This is why you should never try to climb wet things, right? This is why we use chalk, because chalk is meant to stop you sweating. That's the main reason. You also don't want too much chalk on a hold. That's why climbers, we carry brushes, because we brush off the holds that have too much chalk, because if it's too chalky, you slip. I don't know if it was just a bad hold. I don't know if there was too much chalk in there. Obviously, my technique was not ideal, but the fact that my hand came out so easily was weird. So my left hand comes off. So left hand comes out. My right hand just immediately drops off of it. I've had falls before, or like I've recovered from falls, or I've jumped off the wall. Like there's a wall on the opposite side here that's very inclined, and I managed to just push off that easily. What happened here, left hand comes out, right hand came off. Right foot, I believe, was smearing. Left foot, and that's actually the weirder part now that I think about more and more. My left foot must have been like here. And then it went from being on a hold to smearing in the center. And then, at this point, I'm like, what would we call that, chat? So I said, I think I'm about here on height. Bottom end of this box. I'm probably about 7 foot up. Then, somehow, left foot came off, right foot came off. Oh, sorry, left hand came off, right hand came off. Right foot came off, left foot did not. No. While the rest of my body was like, we should probably get away from this wall. My left foot was like, I've watched this in games before. You can deaccelerate by grinding on the side of a building. It's like Prince of Persia. So my foot just doesn't come away. It like, you know, my good foot, I'll try to explain this. It's like that. It's pushed up against the wall and it's sliding down. Slide. Everything's happening so fast, I haven't even processed this there. I can kind of feel it there in hindsight, but like I don't really think about it, right? Goes down. And at the bottom, I said there was big brackets, right? I meant really big. Let me just kind of emphasize. If this is the average size of the blue holes that we've squidged on here with paint, the big holes are like this. Fatties. Real fat, because they're meant to be foothold starters for a very difficult beginning. Slide. Thump. Hit this. My foot bends in towards my shin, and I go flying off the wall. My first thing I say is, did anyone else hear that bone crack? Or hear a crack? Everyone's like, nah, you're just imagining it. It's just a thump of the wall. I already knew. Everyone was convinced it's probably just a sprain. Nope. I broke a bone in my ankle. Freaking hurt. I didn't go straight to the hospital. Actually, my first instinct was to go home. Elevate it, because I'm not a person that makes a fuss, right? I will, once it becomes clear, I will accelerate. I'm not risk averse to the degree that a lot of my countrymen are. I highlight this hospital and they agree. It's like a lot of people in my country, the reason why the hospital's over flooding or whatever is because everyone gets a sniffle and they panic. I do the opposite. So I go home and, you know, I rest it, I elevate it, I sit up. But this fall, I thwack it, I go home, I rest it up, and I get to a point where I can barely move my foot. Like, that's my angle, that's my range of motion, right, on my ankle. And I go, yeah, it's broken. I just knew it even before I'd gone up the hospital, because I'd had that before my arm. When I broke my arm, I got to a stage where I was at the hotel and I could only make that movement, which when you're locked in confinement in a room might be useful for some guys, but maybe some of us need more breadth. I didn't have that breadth. I had no movement at all. So I just knew from history, this feels like a break. Got up the hospital. At 10 p.m., I get told I'm going to have a 4-hour wait. After 4 hours, 7-hour wait. Waiting 10 hours in A&E. Jesus. 10 hours, I don't get served until like I'm in a McDonald's, until the morning crew comes in. And they take me through, and they're very helpful very swiftly. The brutal part, by the way, is when one of the nurses came around, I was like, can I get some pain relief? Because I haven't had any in over 8 hours. It's like, sure. 5 minutes later, I see her walking out because her shift's ended. Didn't tell anyone. And I don't blame her. They're overworked, right? But it's kind of wild. And then then I get the x-rays and goes through it. And I discover that I have broken this. So they call it the talus bone. So I guess it's the British version, because that spells talus. I call it talus because it sounds cooler. Let's call more of an annoying bone. You can see by the shape of it here, it's not a simple bone to break. I chose the most complicated bone, not just in my ankle, but in my foot to break. And it gets worse. This bone that I broke, a lot of blood supply through there. Yeah, so I'm in with the doctors and they're talking me through this as they're getting ready to cast it up. Let's just say the word blood clot got thrown around way too often. Like, way too often. On top of that, I might have some underlying blood-related conditions which I'm now getting tested for, which then made that even more of a panic. So, we go through the procedures, we have CT scans and everything else. Like, please let it be a clean break. I don't want surgery, because they use the word surgery. It's a pretty good break so far, but they haven't got the correct consultant looking at it, and they said they still need to consult, but they're like, even when it's a good break, we like to operate. So, now, on top of the blood clot worries, because I'm on blood thinners, by the way. I have to be stabbed in the belly every single day. I'm waiting on a call, which could be today, could be tomorrow, could be some point soon, to be called back into the hospital for surgery, which has me double crapping it because I've never had surgery in my life. I've injured myself before. I've never needed to go under or anything like that. The last time I was put under at all was when I was like 10 years old at a dentist. So that's kind of got me in a weird state. And the funniest part, the weirdest part is like after the A&E, you think it'd be like more serious. I was meant to be discharged on Saturday. I didn't get discharged until midday Sunday, but they kept promising they'd get me out on Saturday. But then an emergency came up, so like it just dragged the whole thing. My weekend was like spent mostly in the hospital. In terms of recovery, like right now I've got a half cast on, this big ass thing. Luckily, it's before the knee, thank God, so I can still move a lot, and you know I can do workouts. It's nice, like a little leg lift. But I've got to go back. I'm probably going to end up with a full cast afterwards, which will probably make it easier to do crutches, because right now my right leg is getting an insane workout. But you know, the funniest one about all this, I don't know, like maybe I don't want to trivialize it, because I know a lot of people have surgery all the time, but it's like, it's the difference between saying that and like having it, right? Like I said, it's irrational fear logic. I've never needed surgery before. And because of the whole talk about blood clots, and I'm on blood thinners to kind of mention to that again, and the fact that they've got all this blood flow that happens around that bone, it has got me a little bit freaked out. More so than like, you know, like I've broken my arm in a foreign country in the middle of COVID. That didn't freak me out. This did. It's kind of wild as well. It really hit me when I was left alone in the room, because then you just kind of left in the silence and the hollowness of it. So it's pretty brutal. But I'm waiting for that call back. So hopefully that gets sorted soon. And in terms of recovery, they've speculated anywhere up to 3 to 4 months total full recovery. But I think they said probably about 12 weeks, at least in a cast, once it's been fully set. I'm hoping it's quicker than that. Because, and this is the frustration. I mean, dude, I'm literally here live a few days after I broke it, right? Yesterday, Asian Mythology broadcast. Apparently no one could tell. I literally had got home from the hospital 3 hours before that. And I was just in. This is one of the brutal natures of freelance that's kind of freaking me out, because I was hoping like 2025 is going to be my year. And we're still going to try to make it our year, but it's like, I don't want to have to be in a situation. Obviously, I want people to offer me gigs. I don't want to be in a situation where I have to turn it down. So I'm going to have to navigate that as it comes in January, February. I hope it works out. Obviously, we've got our own content here on the channel to focus on. We've got 30 weeks of tournaments coming. It'll keep us pretty focused. But yeah, I said I was really frustrated because everything was going so well. I also really feel bad for Emma because we've got a second kid now. And I said to my mum this morning, it's kind of like, it's unfair on her because it's almost like she got a third baby now, right? Because I can't do that much on my own. So yeah, I hope it's not too bad. I hope the recovery comes quite quick. I hope the surgery actually helps accelerate that, because I think they're just going to give me surgery, man. I don't think I'm getting away from that. I have a nice scar on my foot. My mum laughed the first thing I said. I was like, lava year when I cut my hand up. That ruined my my opportunity to be a hand model, and now my foot modeling career is going to be ruined as well. Disgraceful. But the the funniest, or maybe dumbest part of this is that after all that happened, all this crap, right? This was my 9th time climbing. My progress has been pretty incredible. I'm like the 3rd hardest type of boulders in that gym, and I'm doing them, and I'm doing them quite cleanly, right? After all that, the thing that people keep going is like, bet you don't want to climb anymore. And do you know what the stupid part is? I do. I said already, I think I'm going to go back to climbing. I was literally sitting in my hospital bed, bored, watching other people climb. I got a problem, man. I mean, to explore a bit deeper, you know what it is, guys? It's because I knew what I'd done wrong. That's the thing, right? Like, there was this kid who'd been on a BMX track, and he was getting ready for an X-ray for his arm, and I just said to him, I was like, do you know what you've done wrong? He's like, huh? It's like, do you know why you got injured? I'm like, not in the obvious, oh, I fell off my bike. It's like, do you know why? What you done wrong to cause it? It's like, yeah, I think so. It's like, that's good. It means you won't fear it. I don't fear it because I know the mistake I made, and I'm definitely not going to make it again. Although it is a little bit concerning now, considering the freelance elements, and I don't know what my income's going to look like for the next 3 or 4 months. I don't want to have to be in a position to decline work. Maybe that makes me more of an idiot for the fact that I'll go back and probably climb as soon as I'm healed, but I want to climb again, man. I feel like an idiot, dude. So yeah, that was my weekend for the end of October. Hopefully everyone had much more fun at Halloween party. I can't even drink myself into happiness because blood thinners will be a bit dangerous, but fingers crossed it'll be a quick recovery. I might upload a breakdown of this on my YouTube channel. I even recorded my thoughts and feelings as I was in the hospital. I might continue to do that. I've been thinking about doing what everyone thinks about doing, is starting a vlog series, so we'll see if that comes to fruition. But yep, I'm the idiot. Didn't break my wings this time. I broke my chicken legs on the wall climbing. And the thing that stuck with me, because I go climbing with my partner's brother, the first thing he said, there's a grading system, right? Like, black's the easiest. You've got dark green, and I think it's blue. And I broke this on a blue. And I'm like 3 grades above that. The hardest grade is pink. The first thing he says to me is, you couldn't have done it on the pink, could you? And he's right. At least that would have been cool, dude. I got slain. This is the equivalent of flexing on conks in Age of Empires and then somehow losing to a gold, man. But yeah, I'll keep you guys updated. It's going to be an interesting Christmas. It's going to be interesting trying to do content on the channel. Like, I don't know how comfortable it's going to be sitting at this angle, but I can't get it under the desk. It needs to be elevated, but wild one. We'll see about turning these into vlogs. I've wanted to do like some more talking head content. People seem to like it. We'll find subjects. I'll think about it. But thanks for watching. God's sake. All right, I'm not ending the stream. That's just because that's probably going to go up on YouTube. 1 sec. I need to turn the radiator off because it's getting really toasty in here now. Now, I was going to cast a game, but we had such a fun conversation there, guys. The draft for the team tournament games is going to begin in like 2 minutes. I'll catch up and chat a little. Why is there no mats? In my location, there's mats. Yeah, the floor are mats. That's what it is. It's all padded floor, like deeply padded floor. Need more calcium? You're right, dude. Thank you for mentioning that, guys. If you find yourself in a break, or you want to try to make sure your bones are strong enough that they don't break, maybe reinforce them with Protein Works, who actually be confirming this week might be coming back for a 5th month to sponsor us. That's how much they believe in us. I'm going to have to talk to them about getting me some multivitamins. I might need them. So yeah, this is also especially going to help because I'm going to need to get buffed up in the arms from all the crutch work. So yeah, check them out right now. There's like a 70% discount on average, an extra 10% on certain products, and then my 10% code works on top of that. So ludicrous savings. Exclamation mark protein works to take advantage of that now. Yeah, I don't know. I've been giving you guys way too much foot pick content. I should be hiding that behind a paywall. Yeah, dude. Like, you know, it's like positives. If I've completely shattered the tailless bone, they'll replace it with bionics. So I'll be better than everyone else. Because I'll be improved human, right? Nah, it's just, it only slightly moved, apparently. Can now park in the handicap parking spot? Don't know about that. I don't even drive. Wouldn't now, anyway. So, let's see. Yeah, finally foot stream? Nah, dude, that's when I broke my arm. You'd have to go back in history. I've seen more people fall off the those back slabs than any other. Dude, I tell you, it's because, well, it makes sense, right? Like, it's not just falling off. It's more that slabs are probably the most common type of bouldering puzzle to give. I call them puzzles because they're fun to solve. To give injuries. Because the thing you have to keep in mind with overhangs, guys, like if I look back at this picture, right? This person on the overhang, you might be like, well, that's dodgy. If you fall, you're going to break your neck. No, because, like, you learn how to fall. And by the way, actually, I've already decided one of the first things I'm probably going to do after I heal is take up some gymnastics. Because gymnasts learn, like, one of the first things they teach you really hardcore is how to fall. More so than bouldering. Most bouldering places don't teach you how to fall properly. Because you have 3 points of contact. Statistically, the likelihood of you falling, like proper severe falling, isn't that high. So the main thing they just make sure is you know to bend your knees. But like there are bouldering coaches that will tell you to practice when you fall off a wall, just do this with your hands. Bring them in, because then it removes the instinct to block the fall and break your arms. But for gymnasts, they are phenomenal at learning how to fall, because if you think about it, it's one of the most dodgy ones that is most likely to cause that kind of like injury, because you're up on a horse. You're holding yourself up your hands and swing your arms around, your legs around, rather. You need to learn how to fall. Whereas bouldering, by comparison, is less risky from that perspective because you're going to have 3 points of contact almost all the time. But yeah, that's why. So you think that this type of climb more dangerous? No, because you'll just fall. You understand how to fall. The problem is when you have slabs, which, like I said, is you have straight up ones, or they are like sloping inwards, so you're climbing like that. Overhangs is like that. Overhangs is hard when you haven't got good upper muscle and core, because it's a really big workout, so you feel better about straight walls. That's how I was starting. But the thing is, they are also just safer for your well-being. Where it gets real dodgy, yeah, walls like this. So you see how this wall is sloped inwards? If you climb all the way up here, and then you fall, but you don't eject from the wall, you don't push yourself away, and let's say you keep your foot on like I did, your foot could hit any of these boulders on the way down. Your face could hit any of these boulders, right? I was talking to one person who said they've got black eyes before on slabs. I'm like, huh? Right? How? And it's crazy because I was going well through the calibration point. It's funny, like my knees look so scuffed, and it wasn't even like extra injuries from the climbing. It's just in that session, I was bleeding on all on the elbows, the arms, so you could like there, and my knees, because I was trusting the wall so much I was getting too close. So it's like, it's funny when you start climbing, it's a calibration process. First, you start too far away from the wall, and that exhausts you because you're doing this, you're locking your arms, which is exerting a lot of energy. You want to learn to hang and then embrace. And then I was reaching the point where I was just right up in the wall's face. So yeah, it's God damn, I'm so annoyed. I'm so annoyed at myself, really. So let me check, because we should have the series drop again. We got Vietnam versus Ting Mao Ged first, which I believe, let me just double check. We should be upper bracket series, right? Actually, no, this might be lower bracket. I think upper bracket might be next week then. No, sorry, I'm correct. This is, so Ting Mao Ged versus Vietnam is a semifinals. And then Liu Tao B versus Ugly Cat, which we've got a little bit later, is going to be on the lower bracket, right? Best of threes. So if you remember, Ting Mao Ged was Louis MT stack. So we can find when they're going to be in game, because Louis is online, but he's not in yet. It's got a few minutes to go. Big shout out to Clearman, by the way. He's the one that's pulled together $1,000. He's the Vietnamese caster, so if you like listening to Vietnamese casts, check him out on YouTube. He streams all the time. If, however, you only understand English, probably stay here. Just checking. I think we are live everywhere, so yeah. All the different communities are aware of the idiocy of me. But yeah, man. Wild week. Frustrating week, but wild week. You only understand British. Oh, dude. I just realized I might end up having to get a pee bowl. Those don't know. I don't think I've ever shown it on stream. So the room we're in now is actually at the bottom of my garden. So I have to get all the way across my garden, up on decking, and hop into the house to even be in the house. So if you want like a bathroom break, you then also have to go across the house or upstairs. So yeah. Especially at night, like last night, that was dodgy. I had borrowed my dad's little torch headlight. It's not that bright though. Because like trying to go through that in the absolute dark is, I actually almost fell over. Because there was something in the way and I kicked my foot into it. Luckily, I caught myself before we had problems. I'm just looking for the draft now because I think, yeah, they are now doing it. So remember, this is me and Micah's team versus Louis MT's. And we already have a map draft. So it looks like we've got Mongolian Heights, Rocky River, and Baltic. I really shouldn't have my leg down like this, but I have to keep going back and forth between the two, man. It's so annoying just sitting tilting that way. I was doing it yesterday in the broadcast. It's not too bad when you don't have to have hands on mouse and keyboard. It's horrible when you do. Like, I even hopped on to Throne and Liberty for like half an hour before I start the stream to kind of like see how things would feel. Oh, man. Not comfortable. May it sound like he's upset to get a P-ball, but in reality, this excuse. Dude, I was like, CAFO time? I mean, those things hurt, but they're very efficient. Oh, dude. I'm not sure if I've ever peed in a bottle. Maybe when I was a little kid. That's about it. I just hold or go to the toilet, you know? You've been looking for an excuse for a while. What, for the Kaffa bag meta? It is strong. It's a powerful one. So I think they're prepping getting lobby. First map is going to be... Just hop back across onto it. In fact, let me update stream tile as well. So first map is going to be Mongolian Heights. We do have the draft for that. And are you kidding me? HRE is a prior ban over Mongols is pretty intriguing. On a map like that, especially. Why use a bottle when trees exist? Because the trees are in my neighbor's garden and there's a fence in the way, so I'd have to aim quite high. I mean, I could. The problem is I'd have to lean back, and with my leg in its current form, that's probably going to lead to me back in hospital. So, man. I don't know. In some ways, my leg just feels so rickety because I'm trying to keep it straight with the elevation. I don't know. I need to be mindful of my phone as well. It's not even that charged, but I probably have to stick it in front of me because I'm terrible at noticing my phone. Maybe we turn vibrate off. Yeah, like little warning. I don't know when, but if I get a call from the hospital, I'm going to have to take it. And it might be a few minutes. So in that event, like I said, I don't know when it's going to be happening. But it could be in one of the games. I'm going to have to pause for a few minutes. What is up, Anonymous Gifter? Thank you very much for the gifted sub. Appreciate the support, man. So yeah, just be a little bit warned. It's not ideal, but it's important. Very importante. So I will turn ringtone up obnoxiously loud. And then hopefully I'll be able to hear it. God, now it's too hot in here, man. I can't win. Because like, I'm barefoot as well, so I've got to balance that out. If you want to see the barefoot, by the way, 50 sub now. Okay. You know we got some freaky stuff if someone immediately actually gave 50 gifted after I said that. Too hot, close off. Sorry, I'm not a kick streamer. I like not getting banned. I don't have someone on the Twitch partner team who will cover my ass. Drafted ass, where is the English? Left in the pool because these players like winning. Mongolian Heights, because I haven't seen a single game of English on Mongolian Heights that I liked. And I think Diakusi played it 2 or 3 times in this tournament. Then again, Diakusi, I just don't think his style of English fits for team formats at all. He's a very greedy player, right? So he just hunkers down. But greedy play has to pay off, and England is so slow to pay off, the game's lost by then. How's everyone tonight? It's night? Have I been gone that long? I know. Fubal's is a rare specimen, actually, based on geographical statistics, because you're from the Asia lands, mate. You guys know that? Age of Empires 4, at least, is about 50% European audience. and 25 to 30% NA on average. What's up, Crackety? I came here because this fella invited me to live in his house. Wait, who? Rogan? Definitely not me. But actually, you know what? Yeah, you can live under stairs. We've got a very small cupboard. It's one that would make you envious of Harry Potter's, you know? You're in my walls? Jesus Christ. Crackety is able to fit into my, like, paper-thin walls because he took advantage of the Protein Works Diet Extreme. Thanks to those, he was able to slim down to Kate Moss sizes again. Surviving by eating the insulation? No. You're surviving by eating Protein Works. The only thing that could sustain someone in that environment. Exclamation mark Protein Works. Oh, dear. FFA events and this team event is actually bringing back my hype for AoE4. I mean, it's nice. I haven't really caught the FFA games. I don't know if that has really, like, delivered the hype. So I can't make comments on it. I did thoroughly enjoy Clearman's. It definitely had some admin decision issues. That is for sure. There was some problems there. Like, I disagreed, and I was honest, like, and blunt to them. I disagreed with some of the admin calls. And I think they took that on board. But overall, that tournament, the formatting, everything was great. Some rules needed adjusting, and I think they knew that as well. Like, it was never going to be perfect because you have to keep in mind, I think that was Clearman's first tournament, but he done really well for his first one. And this, of course, is his follow-up. What's up, Faplop? Thank you very much. How bad does my voice sound, by the way? Because I think I'm starting to get a bit of a cold. On top of that, when I was in the hospital, the air was really horrible, so my throat feels really screwed. What's not helping either is the fact that I'm having to sleep on my back. So any kind of, you know, if you do have any build-up or whatever, you are ill, it's just gonna be worse. That's codeine throat? I don't think so. That's not codeine. This draft is interesting, very favored to one side, right? Like, you leaning to the Vietnamese, right? I really like their draft. French, Iabid's really strong. Abbasid's absurd. Getting Abbasids and Mongols is nuts. And wait, does the KPMM code not work? I definitely entered it. Let me double check my Nightbot. So, folks, we do still have some time left for people to sign up to Le Tournament. So I would actually recommend you take advantage of that before it's too late. I definitely added one, but it's not here now. So let me fix that. Can you send me just drop the link in chat if you don't mind, Choom, and I'll add it. I definitely remember typing it out, so that's weird. But yeah, we do still have signups open. Choom, can you confirm when the cutoff point is for that? Is it Wednesday? Probably. That makes sense. I think it was Wednesday we said. So you got until Wednesday to sign up for the first of the midweek musters, and they will be happening. Yeah, okay, it just said that the command exists. What? Yeah, it does exist there. But is it because it's all caps sensitive? Let me test that. One sec. This is beyond dumb. It is literally sitting right there. Cooldown 5 seconds. Everyone can use. I think Nightbot is on crack and cocaine. We need to seek help for it. One sec. I'm going to delete the code and rebuild it. Like, it's literally right there. So, hopefully, now... Is Nightbot even here? Yep, Nightbot is here. I'm very confused right now. The code... Alright, so starting the game, so it'll be ready to go in a minute or two. KPMM is not working. And I have no clue why. Oh, I need to not lean so far forward, though. Jesus Christ, it's going to be horrible. User level is everyone. Code is KPMM. Oh, I see what it is. I didn't even realize that was an option. Nightbot can actually like allow commands to be entered without an exclamation mark. So, boom, there you go. Sign up, available for all. But yeah, I'm weighing up whether we're... Yeah, and cutoff point, thank you, team, is Wednesday at 15 GMT. Anyone here played Metaphor? I have not played Metaphor. I think I had a really big launch, right? But yeah, I'm weighing up... So we're working on, obviously, figuring out a PC build campaign. I'm weighing up adjusting slightly. How I'm going to run that format. Because it was going to be me building a PC to show how easy it is to do. But now my broken leg, I might actually get a performance monkey in. Someone to build it for me that's never built before. So we'll figure that one out. One of the characters looks and sounds exactly... Well, I've existed for 31 years, so I'm suing them. They got the money. They can pay me. Oh, look, guys, my mum wants to build a PC. Yep, I'm looking forward to this. Because, wait, let me do some quick math here. So far, I believe we've secured roughly $1,600, maybe $1,800 worth of components. Just going to trust her with those. Still got to get a GPU that's going to be over $1,000. Come over here with money and I'll build you your PC. Why would I bring money? I bring pieces. Get screwed by import taxes? Yeah, GG. That's G Germany right there. 59 TIs for her, or you don't love your mum? Like, dude, I'm not giving her the piece. She's building it so I can use it. You think I'm gonna let her keep it? What the hell is... Dude, this isn't like the Wonder Factory moment where you just walk in and Willy Wonka's like, anything you pick up, you can keep. Dude, I'm the Willy Wonka. You get to the end of the factory, I'm like, okay, let's run up the bill and see what you spent, sucker. Nice try, suckers. Oh, dear, oh, dear. All right, let me close some of these extra windows because I've actually got quite a lot of windows now open. Holy crap. What a week it has been. Wow, we've started a new week, right? So it's like it never happened. It happened. Pigeon's mum is kind of cool. Thanks. You know, like, it makes sense. You know, she did push me out, so some of my coolness rubbed off on her as I was ejected. Yeah, makes sense. I'm so humble, man. So humble. Wait, we've got chocolate? Poggers? Oh, dear, oh dear. I've got chocolate. Well, I had 2 pieces. I'm like, I can't really taste it that much. So, oh no. Get more people to send bits to see your... So it's like, I was wearing something, like, I just messaged one of the guys because so here's the thing. This is why this is brutal for me. My mum knew straight away. I don't like doing nothing. Some people are like, you know, even if I wasn't freelance, some people be like, you know, great. R&R time, just relax, wine. But I can't be like that. So I remember I was in my hospital bed on LinkedIn, networking, finding new point of contacts for pieces for the build and such. I even messaged one, was like, I want to work with you so badly. I'm sitting in a hospital bed right now, messaging you. Now I'll just be able to add on top of that, and I am going to get a middle-aged lady who's never built a PC in her life to build it. That's how much I believe in the rigidity of your parts. Ooh, wow. No, don't say it in that tone. Jesus Christ, that sounded like something else. Hey, what's up, Myriad? How am I feeling? Oh, not too bad. The codeine's going to wear off in about another 2 hours, maybe. I'll get a re-up. I don't rush towards drugs either, guys. So that was the funny thing. Like, when the guy came by in A&E, he's like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much pain are you in? I was like, okay, I'm going to be honest here, bud. I lie. I'm going to give you a number. It's going to be like a 6, but it's really a 9. Because I have a decent pain tolerance, and I also am not a moany little beep. So, let me just update everything. We can keep talking for a minute or two, because as we know, usually in this early game, there's nothing too crazy coming out, but I think everything's been adjusted. How you count a mango nest in Castle and New Patch? We will find out with time, my friends. Probably never. Everyone who asks for pain meds says that? Nah, dude, I actually don't. Like, I have drugs I'm meant to take regularly for, like, an underlying condition that I only take when it flares up. Most people take it all the time. Because the thing that a lot of people forget is with drugs, like anything, you build up a tolerance, right? The more you use it, the more you abuse it, the more you resist it. So then you have to up the dose. And that is a dangerous and slippery slope. One, it can cost you a lot more. Well, not too bad with the NHS, but B, it can become very unhealthy. Oh man, dude, I'm gonna have to figure out a new jig myself here. Looking at the angle, like a 45-degree off angle is weird. Not every med works that way. A lot do, though. Not every med works that way, but a lot do. Especially anything that gets absorbed into the blood. Okay. So, let's get ready. Hype it up, folks. It's about time to kick off. Oh, I forgot one small thing. Sorry, I'm going to fix that. And then we can kick off. Where is my logo? There's the logo slot. Just going to put that up. Boom. Move the monitor slightly? I can't because the camera's mounted on top of it. And then that's going to... You have to realize it's not that classic. Just do this one thing. Things are interwoven with many setups. It's not even 24 hours since I got out of hospital, but it's time to see who's about to be brutalized, hospitalized, and sent down to the lower bracket here in Fields of Blood, the $1,000 team tournament featuring teams from all around the globe and some big names, familiar faces in this particular upper bracket series. That's right, because it's Louis MT's China God Stack on the east side. This has CSO, it has Scarlet Devil, I've forgotten the final member because they keep changing their names. And on the west side of Mongolian Heights to kick off this best of 3, we have got the Vietnamese stack. A lot of well-known names within the team environment within the Vietnamese community. We've got Kyo, we've got Vu Ao Lang, which is Mio Micah from StarCraft 2 fame, Vuva Van, and Lumber. Very talented teams on both sides of this, with clashing ideas on how the game should be played, actually. Based on the games we've seen in this tournament from them so far, they don't follow the same approach. And you can see that based on their draft, because the Vietnamese got an absolute jackpot here. They found the leprechaun at the end of the rainbow. They beat the crap out of him and ran off with his gold because they got their hands on Mongols, French, Ibids, and Abbasids. I'm a little bit perplexed here. Maybe it's because we're playing on Mongolian Heights, but the fact that the Chinese team, Louis' team, prioritized HRE as a ban blocker, picked it themselves, and then played more delayed? I don't think they do this on Dry Arabia, so clearly this is a map orientation. We're just going to have to see if it pays off. Louis has already set up the fishing. The wolves are going up, but they're balanced out here. Both sides are staking claims, which is a little bit worrisome because when you consider the fact that Ibids tends to spam out a lot of these Desert Raiders, when you consider the fact that the Abbasids can go to Camel Archers, you've got French Knights, Mongols can play Keshiks, it is actually paramount that you control these crossings. This wall's already coming up from Lumber. There's going to be an interception one, so Louis is going to look to build around it. But the problem is now with this villager here, if Lumber realizes this, he can just play Grief. Spin from Widowmine. Actually able to do some damage. I think Widowmine might be CSO, and then caught in the landslide is Scarlet Devil. Someone could probably double check that, but that does sound about right to me. So a little bit of spear on spear. Kind of interesting the Mongol players engagement with this, because typically Mongol players lose to HRE with this play. The benefit, though, is you're stopping the HRE player being the boomer, playing into Rush Castle Age. In fairness, we've noticed HRE finding more success actually being the aggro party rather than being the greeter. And when you look at the fact that Louis playing on Japanese and we've got a Delhi pick, there are other people that can pick up the slack and go for the fast castle. So good secure here, Widowmine. Able to create that space, and the walls quickly in place here. So Louis MT able to get that blocker. Oh, I just realized we haven't put predictions up. We can fix that. You're all a bunch of gambleholics. So let's see. Who will win, left or right? You guys have 2 minutes. Get your predictions in now. So Arkin on the way as well. No surprise there. Actually, I guess it could be seen as a surprise. Remember, we are on Season 9. That's the thing. This tournament, people might be wondering why we didn't have additional uploads coming more quickly. Clearman decided to give it a week's break so that players could get used to the new patch. So we could have actually ended up seeing Mine Work here, which, remember, now has the All Pikes that gives +2 to Spearmen and Horsemen. Chose not to, though. So still wants to be the greedy boy at the end of the day. Archership is going to be coming out here. Louis is able to pressure onto it, but the Spearman getting baited in. Not a good idea there from Widowmine in the end. We'll be able to back away. I'm trying to think what the other big changes to really hone in on of the 8 civs we have here is going to be. I don't think there's anything drastically over the top outside of the potential for Mine Work here that would have mattered. Obviously, later in the game, there are wider spread things like Siege, but the interesting part is the Siege meta in team games is much more rare to even occur. Because the meta in team games is all about mobility, right? You want to be playing the cavalry, knights, horsemen, whatever. On a Bagisha, you name it. So I don't think we're necessarily going to see that very big change in Season 9, which at its core, the biggest change obviously was Siege, come into effect here. They're poke up and down the river. Here's Lumber. Kind of cool, actually. I don't think I've seen a French player do this. He's the one playing onto the water, but it makes sense, right? The Spiraled ships are cheaper for the French. Warcogs not costing anywhere near as much as the standard, right? 75 food compared to the standard 110. So kind of cool, but I mean, he still has to pay the full price for the archer ships, for the galley, plus the demos, right? Over time, he is, of course, going to have more villagers to work with. But that's an overtime play. It doesn't necessarily come into play straight away. And it does mean Louis MT, with the cheaper fishing boats, gets a bit more bang for buck in the opening. Louis, he went for the Kura Storehouse. Another big surprise there, but kind of makes sense when you consider his opponent has a full cav lineup. You know, civs that you don't really like building Shinobi against. French, Abbasids. They come to mind as the strongest, right? Ibids, you can kind of get away with sometimes, but not great either. Even Mongols, because they can play into Keshik. So, makes sense that he just plays the greed, because also this isn't guaranteed. Now with opponents pressuring you on water, there's no saying you're actually going to get away with the fishing. Especially when you've got players behind you that seem to feel like they need it more freely than easily. In fact, credit to them. Vietnam, outside of Lumber, are not contesting water at all, right? You've got 3 players for the Chinese stack fishing. There is like a poke. One big important thing, by the way, is something that was really broken on Season 8 isn't here anymore. If you guys remember, Khan Hunters were buffing the Desert Raiders. I heard, I've yet to confirm my own eyes, but I've heard that that has been fixed. So Desert Raiders no longer get their range increased by the Khan Hunter. Because it was ridiculous. Remember, because they got catalogued as the same unit as a Magadai, they were ending up with, I think it was 5.5 range in Age 2. Speaking of that Mongol player, did we actually get the Deer Stone? We did, so Khan Hunters can come into play. Yeah, and so far it is pretty much the old school approach. Yes, we have an entirely new season, but we mentioned there shouldn't be too many drastic shifts in the meta. We're not seeing them, right? Desert Raiders was always the way for Ibids. Camel Archers or Camel Riders has been the way for the Abbasids. It depends on whether you're rushing Castle Age. Not to mention the fact Eco Wing. Magadai has become very quickly and swiftly the optimal play for most Mongol settings. And then, of course, although it's a little bit different with the opening of Warcogs, we are now getting the French Knights. Kind of surprised no trade from Kyo yet, or Vivavan. Kyo's not going to do it because it's more cost efficient to build TCs. And for Vuva Van, he needs to actually be present first. So he was the one spear mosh pitting up against the HRE to protect their docks. And then he wants to get the Magadine line. You don't want to rush trade here. Eventually it'll make sense. But for now, leverage the Deer Stone for the better gathering at home. Get some military units. This is such a Louis move, man. Okay, if there is a one player in the game, whether we're talking Season 8, Season 9, whatever season it may be, that I have faith in with Temple of Quality is probably Louis. Louis is the only one I've seen consistently make it work in multiple matchups. Really wild to see it here in the team setting, though. This is kind of crazy. Like, you're losing your tempo. I don't know if I like this from China. They've got Regnants on the way. They've at least got relics to grab. Delhi did tech up, right? They did go up with the House of Learning, and I imagine we're going to be looking at... You could maybe go Elephants here. Probably going to be going Lancers. But you don't have that surge now from the Japanese player, right? It's not like we've got mass mounted Samurai. And instead, the Delhi player is going to be going Elephants, but not in the way you thought. We have got Temple of Equality, Fast Imperial Delhi. And what is up, Taco? Thank you very much, the Prime Gamer sub. Welcome back to the Swarm. Okay, this strategy... maybe I'm huffing the hopium. This might work simply because of how unorthodox this kind of feels. I think what they're doing here is they're leveraging the fact they got the walls online and their opponents aren't rushing through them. So they're trying to punish them for being maybe a bit complacent here. But that's dangerous, man. I mean, it's at least going to work out for the moment because we can see it's Camel Archers and not Camel Riders. It's not a fast tech up. So realistically, the burn power to get through these walls isn't that strong. On top of that, Team China has water control, which means you can't just walk up and blow up these walls. Desert Raiders are going to try to start picking apart the fishing boats, but more easily said than done. And kind of the worst unit to do it with, right? Camel Archers would make more sense. Desert Raiders just inherently having less effective HP. At least against range units. This is crazy. This is actually wild, man. So we're probably getting HRE rushing Age 4 soon, right? Like, obviously they're delayed because they had to play into the Spearman opening, but they're going to be rushing out towards the Relics. We've got some pressure coming in because a group of Knights was able to roam in, and you can follow up now with, say, some Lancers from Blue, but instead he's only focused on getting Elephants, and we do have trade now being prepped in the corners by Teal and Green. Do you trade as Japan here? You know, you could actually. It kind of makes sense in some ways, but I don't think you need it. If you just mass Buddhist monks, you'll have plenty of gold anyway. Remember, with the Zen tech he just got his hands on, these guys pay themselves back. They pay for the cost themselves in just over 3 minutes. They only cost 80 gold. You get 25 gold per minute now. Yeah, really crazy. I think this was always the case for a while, right? Buddhist costing 80 gold. It kind of got overlooked for a long time, though. It's why I think Louis is able to make these builds work even on the last patch, and it's kind of an intriguing idea up against some of these units. I think Magadai, the way they scale Desert Raiders, Knights, a lot of units that have pretty good base damage, 50% reduction is going to be huge there. The issue, however, in a team environment, is how do you ever get the Buddhists in position? Because these units are not fast. Catch up coming in from the Vietnamese. Looks like we've got Kyo now teching up. I do wonder if we're going to see that Camel Rider switch. And yes, Hosen, you're correct. Mid-Season 8 was when the change got made. It used to be it takes 4 minutes to return the cost. I think Zen also got buffed, if I remember correctly. Is it 300 resources now? It used to be 500. Might still be 500, actually. But it's food and wood, right? I think it's 300 food, 200 wood. Kind of a cool idea here is actually with Louis' monks being so cheap, he could try to sneak in and snatch relics from the enemy side. But time is running out. If you're going to make the move, it needs to be fast. In theory, one of these players should be grabbing them. Mongols don't because they don't have the double production on the Shamans anymore. Ibis could very easily with Dervish, but that hasn't happened yet from Miyamika. So there is actually a lot of relics still up for grabs on the map. And wait, are we... Hold on a second. We have. We've got Zebex. What? They're not that good though, right? Now, chemistry still affects them, if I remember correctly. I don't know if that was a bug or intentional, but remember, this is a Civ that can get chemistry for free. So realistically, that is something to consider here, right? It's a siege weapon, so you get the 25% increased bonus damage. It's at least good at taking down buildings, but that's not going to work against much else. Trade. Ooh, that's rough because he could snipe that. Yeah, with 9 tower range, he could intercept the traders of lumber. This is kind of crazy. I mean, we mentioned it. No one likes to build siege in team games. The map is way too big, so it's not like you're now going to go, oh, I'll just build like a culverin or two. Not right in a rush, maybe eventually, but for now, the Zebex could prove a nuisance. It also gives them maintain control over these crossings. They need to actually deal with what's already in. The Desert Raid is already flooded in from Miyamika. It's a lot as well. 44 in total, but this group 28 strong. And he did use the Adabeg play, so able to buff them up by 29 at this point. Not all of them, but a decent amount. He's going to be wrapping in. Wait a second. Where's Blue's economy? He kind of looks small, right? He's going to be diving. He's denying the relics as well. Oh, wait. Okay, no. I've got to address this. Why have you got an HRE ally and you've got 3 relics in your base? You deserve this. What? All right, we got to talk about the teamwork coming out from Team China here, because if I look over and I see relics in... No. So at least Louis is like, no, these belong to you. You need them. You take them. You've got an HRE teammate. He uses them twice as well as you do, and you snatched 3 relics away. Vile, filthy Delhi players. It's always greedy. Oh, wait, we actually have battering rams. Did he? Yeah, I think this was Desert Raider into Adabegs, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, no, confirmation in. Sorry, it was Desert Raider into Adabegs. Yeah, so Castle Age Adabegs. So a lot of units are going to be scaling with extra health. I prefer this build. I'm not always crazy about Desert Raiders as the tier 1, just because I don't think it's impactful to get one of them versus the extra growth. But it does make sense on a map this big if you're trying to maybe play into rams from behind, which he did start to do there, and he has now got them shuffling with the base. Right now, I'm concerned, though, because Blue is so fixated on controlling the river, nobody is now defending his base. Not just that, I don't think that Tower Elephants do that well against mass Desert Raiders, because with melee form, you just massacre. Elephants are at least looking to block here on the trade, though. Oh, well played. Blue already blocking any escalation in economy for Orange. Meantime, though, the Magadai are rippling into the back lines, and the walls aren't up yet. The only player who's now building them is Louis. Louis, who also is teching up into Age 4 with the Japanese. This Magadai tricky, though. The moment you start letting them in just once like this, it takes so long to clean them up. And also, you know, if you're having to react, let's say, 3 times the army, that causes an imbalance of control on the map. Like, if you are having to bring that many troops back home to defend, your opponents are going to get something out of it. We're already seeing the Vietnamese getting a hell of a lot out of this. The economical difference, just 18 minutes in, almost just feels overwhelming. Militarily, the Chinese are ahead, but they're not really doing anything with it. That's the problem here. Yeah, they kind of need to go for a counteroffensive. The other issue is this is what happens when you play into elephants with Delhi. Eventually, you'll be really scary, but it takes you so long to reach that scale point. You at least now have trade in the corner. So it looks like Lumber did give up on the neutral trade post, which would have been better, remember. You get 20% more from trading here, but trading corner to corner is still absurd. You're seeing us get 146 resources each way. Kyo is going to join the trade soon as well. Age 4 just kicked in for the Abbasids. Alright guys, one's if you think Vietnamese have got this, two's if China has a secret plan we just don't realize. Two if they've been hiding all the nuclear weapon codes. Because I'm struggling to see the way, man. Magadai poking away again. Louis MT on just 1 TC. There was an idea here, but it almost just feels like it was the classic let's greed. They put the pressure point on their opponents to attack. I just don't like that. When I look at the Vietnamese team, I don't think they have a single Civ that scales poorly into Imperial. Mass Desert Raiders is insane. Mass Magadai is insane. Abbasids gets there so quickly that it is insane. And French Knights are chef kiss in the hyper late game as long as there's not camels on the other side. Right? Like, I don't think China thought enough about the Vietnamese comp when they were considering their strategy. And the Zebecs are cool, elephants are cool, sure. Like, big round of applause for Delhi, but I'll have to see if it pays off. They are finally making a move. Desert Raiders held in reserve here. Now remember, this is a bit tricky. They're actually diving the player that's not Imperial Age. These Desert Raiders, they're missing a lot of extra health. They could actually be up to a ridiculous effective HP pool because they can get up to 13 melee armor in total. Currently they're at 6. Pretty big deal when your opponent's diving in with men-at-arms, spearmen, elephants, which even the ranged form can have the ability to headbutt. Need to react fast. Teal's making his move as well. There is a mirrored move from Kyo here with the Elite Camel Archers. Desert is... Oh my god! Wait, melee it up! Melee it up right now! This is the easiest win in a fight you could be asking for. What the hell is Y doing? Well, you get Y. There's a Y in his name now. Because that is what I'm asking this very moment. Lucky not to lose more there. Dive now comes into the base of Miyamika. But the troops have amassed. The year of the camel is upon us. It's a battle of nature. As old as time itself, elephants versus camels. Who gets to drink from the oasis? This range form, I don't like it. The problem you're seeing right now is sticking to range form isn't ideal here for Miyamika. He doesn't do much damage. It's 11 bow damage against tower elephants that have 13 ranged armor. A nightmare of an attempt to descend here. The only person who's maybe making it look good is Kyo, but even that feels limited, stunted in his ability to do so. I question it, man. I didn't know what China was going to be up to here, but they seem to have found the chink in the armor. The kryptonite for this Vietnamese strat. Desert Raiders will at least be able to whittle away at the men-at-arms. But I can't help but feel, while this is a great strike by China, it's also a mistake by Vietnam. Not going melee mode feels like a huge blunder. You have the mobility, you have the gap close. Probably would have benefited from Kyo switching over into Camel Riders as well, knowing what was coming. I mean, you know, you saw it as a fast Imp Delhi play. Likely you are going to be experiencing the Tower Elephants coming out. Of course, they have ranged armor, not much melee armor. Yet still, okay, someone needs to build melee, guys. This is ridiculous. Oh, this hurts. Magadai, Camel Archers, Desert Raiders. You'd think they'd learn from how hard it was to burn through a wall. They're just kind of going the hardest way about this. They do at least have Lumber now arriving with the Knights, so that will provide some reprieve. But this is painful. And by the way, yes, the Atabegs are dead, but they aren't permanently gone. You can build them out of the House of Wisdom. They cost 100 food, 100 gold. However, you need a House of Wisdom, and you're about to be missing one. I think they panicked, guys. I really do think that Miyamika panicked in this one. Maybe he thought the animation canceling was worth it, but that's a lie. You could have been doing almost 30 damage. Instead, you're doing 11 damage into a unit that has more ranged armor than that. It takes you 780 hits to kill a tower elephant. OP! I'm flabbergasted right now. I mean, they've blocked the trade. They've killed a player. You know, Miyamika, he shifted away with some of his economy, right? So he's still got 70. We are going to see him diving in now, but the Magadai, I mean, you can maybe deal with the War Elephants, but they even have a lofty 11 ranged armor here. Not to mention they did get their hands on the Mahouts for the extra movement speed, as well as the Warp Beast for the extra health. They don't die. Elephants counter everything here. Knights finally dive in, but they're diving in onto the War Elephants first. Cannoneers at the back doing absolutely fine here. Knight count simply just isn't going to dent it. They need an additional wave, and they need it right now, because behind this, no one else is partying. No one else is assisting. They're now on the way. Pink is moving up. We've still yet to see Louis make his move. And keep in mind that Teal hasn't been doing too much at the moment either. He's arbitrary transitioning. So this is all one player versus the strongest players in Vietnam. And they said Delhi elephants were fine. They're regretting those statements. Oh my god. Oh, the herd is getting slightly culled here. But I think we can agree, worth. This might be the most absurd elephant game I've seen. And we had that one, I think that Dimu was in, was it a 3v3 or 2v2? That looked absolutely absurd. That was the one where we said it was broken because you could build mass melee elephants. And with the new splash damage, they could actually beat spears. This is even more ludicrous. In fairness, the comp made it this easy, but still, seeing it in action, your jaw just kind of drops a little bit, right? Elite Magadai couldn't do any damage, really. Camel Archers couldn't do any real damage. Remember, the Camelonese doesn't impact elephants either, so no debuff on these high base damages of 50 from the tasks, 27 from the spears, right? And that's not getting starred on the gunpowder unit sitting on top of these boys. Why no one playing Ottoman, everyone playing cavalry? Usually the issue is the speed they play at. Why would you pick Ottomans when you can pick Abbasids? Abbasids won't kill the Cav Civs necessarily quicker. They can with Camel Riders. But the debuff alone comes in early on. You need time as Ottomans. And even then, Janissaries are immobile. Camels are not. So, you know, if you want an anti-Cav comp, you're always going to be better served by Abbasids on open maps or Ivids. If you're playing a closed map like Hill and Dale, then we can talk about Ottomans. Magadai finally actually do some damage, so 3 damage going through. They will be able to mop them up. There's not much of a base left for red here. So, damage report after everything's said and done. Funnily enough, erasing red like that evened the game up. Look at the eco, look at the military. This isn't your atypical game where it's just a GG because one player's dead. The Vietnamese were so stacked before that they're still in contention now. The Vietnamese are looking to make a move. Lumber now decides instead of just reacting to these plays, he wants to make his own. This is kind of wild, though. You don't see this often. French mirrors is typically Knights vs Knights. Instead, we've got Arbitrary from Teal. We're quickly seeing the negative of building them. You can't chase these Knights whatsoever. Elsbach is up. We have got the Red Palace as well as the warships, but eventually, at least a handful of these Knights will be able to break through to the backside, and there's a lot of trade waiting to meet them. Can we please just build Camel Riders? If I had your head right, I don't know. I don't know why people sleep on Camel Riders so much. I kind of get it, right? For raiding, Camel Archers are going to be better, but the cleanup would have been so much quicker with Riders here. Or at least a 50-50 comp, right? I get it, because all units will attack straight away, but when the Elephant comp was very big, yeah, now your mind should be. And what is up, Firehick? Thank you very much for the raid, my friend. Hopefully you had a good stream. Welcome, welcome, one and all. We are in the middle of casting a bunch of team games from a $1,000 tournament that's currently being hosted courtesy of Clearman from the Vietnamese community. You have got in early in an absolutely wild one here. Game number 1, we're 30 minutes in, and we just witnessed a Delhi Imp player 3v1. Actually, it was 4v1 towards the end, as Lumber did eventually arrive with French Knights. I've got a feeling this game has quite a while left in it. And yes, Delhi do not have many villages. They only play 1 TC. They delete their fishing, right? Because I think they've pretty much taken out all the shoreline fish. There's no permanence there, right? And they do now at least have the keeps being installed, so they can start to inflate. It's not bad being this low in the economy because he had so many elephants as well. So the cool thing in team games is you can just look to optimize around the power of your elephants, but that requires population, right? Have someone sling you resources. You've got a Japanese teammate has a lot of food. You have H3 who has a lot of everything, especially if you give them the relics. So you don't necessarily need to float a big economy yourself. You just need someone that can play support so that you can play up to, say, 140 military. I actually like that approach. We saw how good the elephants were. Next time might be a bit harder. We are at least seeing hand cannoneers now starting to get added in by Kyo. As a new wave of elephants has arrived. Done with red space. They arrived just in time to discover he built more of it. If there was Ottoman, they'd kill Delhi elephants with Great Bombard Punch. I mean, it'd be more about the Janissaries, right? But then you would have drafted Ottomans, so your opponents would be playing more aggressive. Camel Lancers. I mean, it's not Desert Raider melee mode, but we'll take it. I'm still perplexed by this. I don't know why he's not just building Desert Raiders in melee. A better unit, right? Like, when you think about the damage, talking about 22 damage versus the Camel Lancer, which gets that Lance out and then hits for 24. Top of that, it's 210 HP. Yeah, 174. Much lower for Desert Raiders, but also less expensive. Just gonna get the assist here, so it looks like the Elephant shouldn't be able to stay here too long. Walls are starting to be prepped, but they're only baby walls coming out from Lumber. Ground is being gained. Teal's arbitrary mass has started to march forward here. Pavisa's arguably drops, and Magadai not able to contest whatsoever. Keep drop on the way behind this from Kyo, but not as quick as you'd like to see. Dive should be able to reach them before it is actually installed, so looks like that keep could be in the spirit of doubt here. Only 11 villagers building it up, and they've already been reached, so a failed keep here from Kyo. And all of a sudden, his base, his farmlands, at risk. Is it worth sending scholars with them? You could. I think Zeal's a bit baity though. If target fires on one by one, it just the way it interacts, you end up typically zealing like one unit as you try to priority heal. So I don't think it's necessary the scholars. And once again, like it's population in either into more elephants or something else, right? Good bite back just in time there. Kyo, with the assistance of Lumber, able to shove away the arbitrary, but hand cannoneers and men-at-arms are arriving. And this is problematic, folks. They don't have any heavy cav here to dent this. They don't have anything that can easily deal with the hand cannoneers. The hand cannoneers, yes, they don't get the power of chemistry anymore. Got changed to Serpentine. And there is no infantry. But it's still going to be a decent trader when assisted like this. Arbitrary mass now stand their ground. Magadai wave is going to arrive, but if you're just left with Magadai versus Arbitrary, that's a fight that Teal should be able to confidently take. And Louis has arrived, folks. Mounted Samurai. This guy loves building these in the Imperial Age more than any other player in Age of Empires 4 right now. But not just that, we have got the powerful Sohai Sutra now to start impacting these fights. And more so than that, we have the Buddhist conversion. This works on allies, right? We're going to find out. I would need... No, it doesn't. Wait. No, it doesn't. Okay. Well, that's kind of heartbreaking. So for those that don't know, you're meant to get a damage increase. Wait, actually, no, I'm an idiot. He did. It does. Oh my god, yeah, it does. For my brain was attack speed, and I was looking at movement speed, because I think there's an upgrade for it, where you can get movement speed? Or it might have been duration. But yes, the 20% damage buff works on allies. So this arbitrary went up to plus 11 damage on their 15. That's wild. How long until another? It's going to take another 60 seconds. Yeah, so you kind of want the Monk to die, because if he dies, you can then immediately wall again. So there we go. Buff comes in. Big mistake sniping there. It means he's going to be able to activate it again. Arbitrary continue to just push forward. They are doing 26 damage per strike here. No wall. Oh, looks like they're going to forfeit over a relic. That's the negative of this type of play. So the Arbitrary are eventually going to get cleared up. But look at the military difference now. They've done so much work. 260 to 114. On top of that, the elephants are in again. Trade about to be intercepted. Everything is being piled into pushing back Teal. But this is just one of potentially 3 waves to come. Cannon's going to be able to shuffle away in time here. Arbitrary are going to continue to distract, but we do see the forward infrastructure now. Stables being added in. Really smart play here by Kyo. Archery range is less important. Stables matter a lot more because you've got frontline, backline. Frontline should die first, right? It's similar to the logic if you're scaling hand cannoneers, you don't need to build archery ranges next to your opponent's base, but building Raxus makes a lot of sense. Because then your cannon fodder can just be immediately replaced and in the battle. This is wild. I mean, elephants essentially are countering everything the enemy team are doing. If you get enough hand cannoneers, you will have an answer, but that doesn't seem to be on the agenda. Horseman, maybe. The problem is, because it's melee elephant, ranged elephant, you can't get in. Like, Deli look insane here because you could just be lower and lower in economy to have more military here. Like, he could easily just delete 30 eco and it would be reasonable in this type of set. Stone walls have at least started to get set up everywhere else, so we shouldn't get these easy peasy dives necessarily. Widowmine now jumping in on top of the camels. It's looking like a sandwich. I'm not sure how meaty camel is. I'm not sure how easy it is to sink your teeth into, but they're going to try anyway. Elephants and horsemen do meet up. The horsemen get wiped, but the elephants getting even deeper here. The farms have also been idled up, and Kyo, he's still got 130 economy, but a lot of these farms not able to operate right now. On top of that, the Magadai mass not really able to tick the box here, right? Blocked out of going and doing anything real, and it looks like that's it. The GG gets called. Red just gave up. The Vietnamese strat that looked unbeatable with Mongols and Facets is nothing in the face of the Delhi Empire. Season 9, Year of the Elephants upon us. Dude, Delhi are wild in team games. Let me know what you guys think about this in the comments below, and I'll see you in the next game. Yo. That was wild. What do we call that one on YouTube? Probably elephants are the best unit in Age of Empires 4, right? That has to be the... Has to be. It speaks to me. Oh, what's that? Yeah, I'm lagging really hard because I'm sitting in the summary. Never sit in the summary of team games. Oof. Alright, what do we call it? I'm trying to think now. It's so uploadable, but it's just about getting it right. That's why I need someone who, like, sorts YouTube for me. To figure out titles and thumbnails. In my mind, I can picture it. Elephants are the best unit in Age of Empires 4. Probably. I think that works, right? Fights 4 players at once. Yeah, I think that works. I have to say, amazing job on Spain. Thank you, IRC. Thank you, man. Glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, absolute pleasure. Oh, I hope they come back. I hope they don't just do 2. I hope they genuinely do 4 and Myth again. And 1 as well. I think, like I've said this before, I really... maybe we can bring 3 in. Maybe. It would be nice to just have it. I love for Wallow. I know maybe some AO2 people don't want this, but I don't know why. Dude, you should be like cheering for everyone to succeed. I really want Wallow to become the Age of World Cup. Doesn't just need to be a 2 event anymore. I think there's value to it being everything. Alright, so. I think they're getting ready in lobby. So just double checking on what we had available in the draft. So, remaining maps, there is Rocky River and Baltic. I think they're going to choose Rocky River. They've drafted like they're going Rocky River. Ooh. Jaune and French, weirdly enough, this could be like Baltic, but I don't think it is. Because there's something really cool about doing like double French because war cogs are cheaper. But I don't think that's what we're seeing here. So, if I just quickly... I'll show you guys the draft as they're getting the lobby ready. And the exclamation mark tournament is not correct. Dude, I have way too many commands that need to be updated. So I might just disable the exclamation mark tournament for now. Can't be bothered to update all these. I'm going to just delete that one for now. So there was, I think I did have one, is it exclamation mark bracket is for this tournament. Exclamation mark KPMM is for our upcoming weeklies. For those that do not know, really big alert for anyone who's an aspiring pro, by the way, you should go sign up because you might actually have a high enough ranking to catalog into our best 32 players. Every single week for the next 30 weeks, I'm going to be hosting a circuit for Age of Empires 4. 16 players will remain each week. 16 new ones will be invited based on the ladder performances here. A great way for people to earn some money. $300 on the line every single week to make up $9,000 in total. And on top of that, it is a great way to get tournament experience and also improve your ATR and ELO ranking for larger tournaments. So those will be open scheduling formatting, so you will be able to work out when you're going to be able to play roughly. There is some soft cutoff points, but what we've done is we try to be mindful of, because it's midweek and everything, people need some flexibility on when they can play. So the first one is kicking off starting on the 1st. Grand finals will be every single Thursday. We're confirming the time now. I think we were looking at 16 or 17 GMT on Thursdays. Big shout out to Tune, big shout out to Kame. They've been invaluable nearly as well on getting this all sorted. So yeah, really cool map pool, by the way. We've got Atoll making its, well, not first competitive appearance because we were the ones to get it in there first with the preseason 9 tournament. But we've also got Pigeons Valley that's going to be making its first competitive appearance. Yes, EGC copy me. What can I say? Yeah, so we've got Socotra Atoll. Because although they may seem similar, they play very differently. Cliffside, Coastal Cliffs, Frizzing. I'm really happy with this map pool. This map pool is like, it's so nice and balanced that I think there's something there for everyone, which is what was important to me. I didn't want certain players to feel completely alienated. Really cool thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be looking to change 1 or 2 maps every single week. So this is a great way of also allowing bigger tournaments to discover new maps and map creators being encouraged because they'll be able to get data on their maps quickly. So hopefully this inspires more of the map creators to come back and do what they do best. What elo do you need to sign up? You're probably going to be high elo because it's based on the season rankings. So I think for the first week we decided we're going to use season 8's final rankings, but moving forward every single week, the way it'll work is if you didn't get eliminated in the first round, you'll still be invited back by default. You need to just confirm that you're going to be there. And then, to fill the rest of the gaps, we will go to this. So you'll be able to go each week on StartGG and sign up. And then we'll check your rankings based on the AoE4 world. Oh, sorry, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right, Shum. Yeah, it's the old schedule. Old schedule, because we're going to start in the first week. We're going to use Season 8. We've used Season 9. So it is actually a golden time to try and sneak in there. Someone like Hollow, who I've never seen before, is currently ranked 8th. They could sneak in there. So this was a cool way of not gatekeeping the scene, in my eyes, right? It gives people a fair way of trying to qualify into tournament formats. I think I saw someone going, it's a shame you're inviting all the top players. I'm like, this is literally the single least gatekeepy form of Age of Empires 4 that's ever been concocted. Because there's a $9,000 prize pool, and there are 30 opportunities to make the money, with 4 players each time making the money. Which means, not the biggest amount of money made if you make only one of them, but in total, there is 120 pay slots for this. No tournament offers you that, right? Any S-tier tournament you look at, it's like single elim or double elim. So you can lose once and not lose again. You could like lose 15 times and still get a decent amount of money. So yeah, I'm proud of this, man. I think, wait, well, not this. I'm proud of this. I'm really excited for it as well. And yeah, throughout the week, so it is open casting. There is only some requirements, like you must make sure if you're streaming it, you're referencing my channel in YouTube as well. Make sure you're referencing my channel. Standard stuff that you'd see out of EGC as well. But outside that, like, yeah, you will be able to catch the games here. So I stream usually Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. And I'll be aiming to cast as many of the games as possible. We'll even probably likely go live earlier on the Thursday to cast the semifinals. Thank you, Fubu. That's what I mean. Like, I was trying... without sounding too cocky about it, but I think I've earned the right to kind of flex a little. I think we've solved a lot of problems that other tournament formats would run into around, you know, gatekeeping, providing access to new players, regularity of content, injecting ourselves in an area of the schedule that isn't used, like all these things. Like, it's very unique. It provides its own issues. Chum is probably getting ready to shave his head bald so the hair just doesn't fall out, because one of the big challenges is going to be pushing people to make sure they're scheduling their games, they're flowing and moving, and we've done as much as we can to try and make that as stress-free of a thing as possible, but it's obviously never going to be perfect. So, like, you know, it's a trade-off of what we've encountered here. And obviously, as like a TO, there are some negatives because I've chosen weekdays. You know, there's no denying that weekends are always better because you get higher viewership and whatever, which is better for sourcing sponsors. But, you know, I made a balanced choice here. And hopefully, it's something that pays off for the success of this channel and also the success for Age of Empires 4 as its current ecosystem and whatever comes next. One second, I need to send across. God, the game is so laggy when loading up like this. My encoder is overloading hard. I think it's because I'm toggled out. I just need to send something across. 1 second. Doink. All right, we should probably talk about the draft a little bit. How would it bring up more pros and top players? Will round out the scene, and yeah, exactly. I mean, we need it, dude. Like, we need it. How many players have we lost recently? Right? I mean, Vortex has come back, but that wasn't guaranteed. Lucifron, I don't know if he's actually coming back. Recon's gone. Mist is gone. Right? Zern, quite possibly gone. There are other names alongside there that were like considered in the top 30 at least, right? Divine comes to mind, Avali, that might just be myth now. There's other games people are shifting over to. So, like, sometimes you will get just the new gen force their way through or whatever, but it's not always the case. And Uga on Twitter, I see you now. Sorry about that. I haven't been checking that frequently. Is this the first KP Twitter stream? No, I've been doing a few. It's just I don't know how to make people make people aware that it's even being live streamed there. I'm not even sure if Twitter has any upside on quality over YouTube or Twitch. What games they shifted to? A bunch of them shifted to Myth, right? But there's always going to be new games coming out, right? And because the scene isn't that big, if you're talking about prominent players that have had success in different games, right, that were much bigger, and they're not top 4 here, they're going to naturally be like, oh, new game comes out. For example, certain people have been playing a lot of Deadlock. I need to get back to Deadlock, actually. Not saying I'm bailing AoE4, but I do also like playing Deadlock. And I want to cast more of it, so... Okay, we'll get the predictions ready for when we load in. We were right? Yeah, Rocky River. The Rocky River is even more trade focused than the previous map, I think. Freeborn Farimba? Oh, God. In some ways it's terrible, in some ways it's good. And that you're getting a better unit, right? So, like, if you know the game is going to go late and there's no denying it, why not play Farimba so that you can get better Musafadi, would be my primary thought. That makes sense. Do you think AoE4 will be as big as AoE2? It's up two-way petting zoo. I think it has the potential to be as big as AoE2 easily. It just needs to be handled right, and that's obviously going to take a few years more. Because it was like the ball was thoroughly dropped at launch. And there's probably going to be some AoE2 fanatics that are like, that's wrong. No, dude, it's like, it's just basic logic. Same reason why Age of Mythology will not be the next big RTS. In fact, I've talked to multiple top-level pros and they've agreed on this. It's a great game. It's done phenomenally well. The way it could be the next big RTS is Age of Mythology 2. People want new stuff. It doesn't matter how great of a game you make a classic, right? Like, Hom 3 still has an amazing following. Hom 3 still has, like, more average viewers throughout the year on Twitch than I think any of the Age of games. But it doesn't have big tournaments. It doesn't have new players coming in. That's not how it works. Most people don't go to old games if they didn't play them originally. Some will be brought in. Occasionally we'll get a few new players. But a lot of time people lean into new games. It's just easier to market. So, yes, Age of Empires 4 being the newest Age of game, because even with Retold is a remastering. Age of Empires 4 is the newest. It still has the potential. It does require marketing. It does require improvements consistently. And I think it also needs more regular content. But it is possible. Oh, and team games and whatnot need to have more emphasis in the overall plan. Map designs in particular suck in team games, with the exception of Gorge. There's another AoE4 DLC in the works. They said so. They said so in the patch update, right? So, should be something on the way. Wish I was good enough to participate in the tourney, but sadly I'm dented. So keep improving, man. Practice. If that's really what you want, go for it. I mean, who knows? Like, dude, if my channel gets big enough, we could look at doing, you know, gold level tournaments formats, right? But it has to make sense from a time invested and reach perspective. Because at the end of the day, I'm able to do more content, more of what I love if we get to a point where I can make a living off of it. So if I'm going to set up a gold tournament and only 4 people are going to sign up and no one's going to watch, then yeah. So we have to build to that. FA in team games is where AoE4 shines? Yes and no. Maps completely contradict that. And I also think there could still be more depth in team games. More interesting interactions. But I've been on record multiple times, and we'll hop into the cast in a sec because we're approaching 3 minutes. I've been on record multiple times saying that like team games is actually the future of RTSs. It's just no RTS bothers to put enough effort into them. Every single major RTS release in the last several years treats it as attack on. Even games where it actually worked out quite well, like early Company Heroes, it was still attack on. It wasn't the primary. And that's a failure to develop with the future in mind. All right, should we get ready? I think we should, because we have got spears on the way. Perfect time to do so. Oh, dude, my foot. I'm just thinking, I could have more drugs now. I'll wait. Oh, by the way, after this series, and I need to update the score, don't I? I almost forgot. After this series, we still have another series that we're going to cast as well. And that one will feature a very familiar Swede. Fentanyl addiction? Dude, we don't do fent here. Codeine, mate. Codeine. Only the small pills. Or baby ones. Guess where do we get... Wait. Where's the Malians? One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. It's time for more tournament fun time. Fields of Blood, a $1,000 tournament featuring some prominent names from around the world. We're into game number 2 of this best of 3 upper bracket series between the best of China and the best of Vietnam. And we might get to see the best the Malians have to offer, because I've been underwhelmed by the Farimba's presence in Season 9 with a rework. But in team games, when you know you're going to be 200 pop capped, this might be the place to bring it out, where population as a resource becomes the most important factor. Having overall better Musafadi could be worth it. We'll have to see. It's already a little bit of a wild start, right? We've got Saharan Trade Network coming in, which just feels a little bit unorthodox. I'll get the predictions up now, so we'll put 2 minutes left or right, get your predictions in now. This series, by the way, has already proven insanely wild with game number 1. It could get even more wild, considering that if this goes to a 3rd game, it will be Baltic, which is a crazy engagement map for 44s. Yeah, double French strat is pretty cool. I really like this. It gives you so much dominion across the map, but the issue is you allowed ambassadors through, and that's kind of a no-no. We're actually seeing Vietnamese do that same crazy strong comp. Ambassadors, Mongols. Mongols are just seen as a phenomenal choice as the game goes on because they're able to block out trade. Kind of makes sense. But it's more than that. It's not just the way they block out trade with Mass Magadai. It's the support elements with things like Kurota as the game goes on. Also just a surprisingly good civ when you get the hyper late game Imperial. One of the best traders in the game. And then the Abbasids all over the place. Good, right? Eco Wing is phenomenal. You get to scale for free. Camel Archers are king. Camel Riders are incredible as well. Which is very cost efficient from a population standpoint. And you can afford the heavy cost of them because the Abbasids are so cost efficient at escalating economy. And blue did age up. So warning, folks, this is just a UI issue. I can't remember the name of the person that created this custom UI for Team Games. It's not their fault. It's actually the core game's fault. The core game fault, the way it tracks House of Wisdom, means it just does this. So the tech up has happened. It looks like it was a growth wing play. We have got Vua Ao Lang, which of course is Mia Micah, playing with the Mongols, has been harassing with the spears between bases. That's why I love this Saharan trade network, just a nice blocker to that potential hit. And he's going to give him the space, so it looks like we're not going to be seeing the Farimba this game. It's the classic choice of the Fulani. Makes sense, right? Like if you look at the rest of their lineup, having French like this, having Iabids, if playing into Farimba, you're not contributing anything for a very long time. You almost need these very aggressive civs coupled with a very aggro civ, but in this role, you can see it's aggro, 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 a little bit of greed into immediate aggro. This is a timing build coming in from Team China. They're looking to take over the map by about 15 minutes. Mango cows and then new units? I mean, you could, but this is all timing, right? Like, when I see the ranches being set up like this, you could argue this is a bait, and that is a potential option. Wait a second. Wait a second. No, I think he just misclicked. Widowmine has actually blocked his Fulani placement. I mean, this could actually be an elaborate bait. We've seen players do this before. Do you guys remember that classic game where, I can't remember which player it was, he built the Fulani setup and then dropped the Farimba in the middle. So theoretically, we could be seeing that. It does have a delayed return on value compared to going for the classic choice. But in fairness, like if you go for the standard choice, you're thinking about going mass sofas here, right? To have mobility. Maybe Musafadi. The problem with doing this is on the other side, you've got Keshik, you've got French, you've got these camels as well. It's not going to be easy. Moment of truth will be quickly approaching at this rate. Spears are at least being built up to deal with the incoming forces. Mongols will continue to be a little bit annoying in the base of the French. I haven't really looked on the other side. There has been a little bit of chip damage being done here as dives have been coming through, but for the most, the Vietnamese players have been appropriate with their reactions. We even have Kyo going into Spearman. Instead of just doing that classic rush to Castle Age, it's a semi-rush. Double outpost as well. He's investing quite expensively here. Yeah, there you go. Confirmation, it is going to be the Fulani. He did finally realize. A little bit of a mistake made there. Yeah, I don't know. I've not seen any examples of games yet. I mean, I haven't been able to cast that many on Season 9, but I didn't see many in the preseason tournament we done, and I didn't see anyone talking about on Reddit where the Fulani didn't look better. The Farimba build just doesn't feel great. You know, you don't scale quick enough. You don't really get enough value out of most of your unique units. A lot of the cases, you're kind of just building into more of what you were already doing, if that makes sense. And like, oh yeah, you can build like better javelins, but if you were stuck in the feudal tool, you're already building javelins. So yes, you can have better ones, but at the Castle Age point, you're looking for a pivot into a new form, right? And I think ever since people discovered Fulani and how good Sofa are in particular, the interest in a Farimba type build just doesn't really exist. You know, if Farimba had some sort of Sofa thing in there, even if it wasn't necessarily that you got a new Sofa type, but you could build them out of it, that would help. Should have kept the 5-unit production. Agreed. I don't know why they removed that. You just have no pacing anymore, right? Like, what was the idea of Farimba? Were you meant to rush Castle Age? Because, like, the other thing is you can't upgrade your existing units in a lot of cases, if I remember correctly. You can't just, like, have 60 Musafadi and then you get the Farimba form and they all become that, right? remember correctly, it's only the new units that get that. If someone can confirm that for me. They can now? Okay, they fixed that. So that's at least an improvement. But yeah, it still feels like a landmark that doesn't have a true place. A little bit of harassment coming out from Vietnam hasn't paid off yet, but we are seeing the castle techs coming through. Lumber now making his way up with the culture wing. Knights are diving in, though. This isn't a free game right now for Orange. These Knights causing anarchy. A lot of garrison time, so a lot of idle time. On top of that, a lot of villagers getting killed. So rough timing there. Love that. Just why find the perfect moment to dive in when all of the allies of Lumber were not looking. And Louis nearby as well. We haven't talked about Louis yet. He is on... Well, I still consider to be his signature civ. You know, he built a reputation at the start of this year as, I'd say, the best shown player, full stop. And although we haven't seen it recently, I think it's still going to hold up to be like a top 4 in the game, at least. It's been a bit rough for Louis. For those that have been following his journey, start of 2024, even the end of 2023, this guy looked like the prodigy kid, right? He looked like the Chinese coming of Marine Lord. Second half, he kind of looked more like Marine Lord in that Magic series at Wallalow, right? Looked a bit flabbergasted, hasn't been as clean, can still take games, but hasn't been as dominant as he once was. Hopefully, we'll see him recover. I think, actually, the end of the year being an EGC tournament, a 2v2 format, really will benefit him because it's a comfort zone. For those that don't know, Louis may dominate the 1v1 ladder, but he also still consistently ranks highly season after season in team games. Knight raiding in and out on each side. Yeah, I've got the marketplaces now getting set up. So, funnily enough, it's not going to be one of the French players doing this. It's actually a Malian player. That really surprises me, but it kind of makes sense, right? You haven't got the mats to give that extra little bit of gold trickle. You haven't got much map control to sneak out for loads of these pit mines. So, at this point, you got a lot of food, maybe not much gold. One thing that I remember being awkward, and someone can confirm if they fixed it, I remember that trade for Malians sucked because the outposts, the taxes, the tolls, weren't correctly calculating with the new trade system ever since they changed it to drop off at each end. I think that's still the case. And wait. What? Oh my god, caught in a landslide, more like caught in a cyclone of greed. Game 1, he goes Imperial Age Delhi at 11 minutes. Game 2, 13-minute Imperial Age Iobits. Are you kidding me? And not just that. I mean, it was quicker than that, I think. He's got 6 relics. He went Desert Raider Wing. This is sick, guys. It means you're going to get a ludicrous 640 resources extra per minute. Because you get 1,280 worth of production from the 7 Desert Raiders that produce. Was it? It might have been 630, actually. It's over 600, though. Dude, this is crazy. I love this. I don't think anyone on the Vietnamese squad expected this. This might be a 2-0. What a cool build. You know, last game I questioned the motive. They made it work, but it felt dubious in ways out of Team China. This time it just looks overly dominant. Vuvavan is at least trying to do some chip damage. The traders are already revealing themselves because they are going for the neutral trade post. So maximum value coming in for the Malian player. 173 gold each way if he can protect it. Third TC now getting added in by Y, who is still lagging behind in the Feudal Age, as French players often do. And Kyo now heading up into Imperial Age with the Palace of Swabia. Magadai are on the way for Mio Micah. However, the Desert Raiders might be a solid solution to that. I thought the Desert Raiders are already diving cross map. This is so cool out of CSO. I do love how, by the way, in the UI, it shows what his pub name is, and then here it shows whatever I registered him as on my account. So yeah, we were right before. CSO is indeed... wait, I think we thought it was the other way around before. So Widowmine is Scarlet. Y is Y, from what I remember. And then Blue is CSO. So, like, to make it simpler for you guys, this is kind of Team Elephant. Obviously, they only have 2 members, but we'll just call them that. At least that should be coming in soon. Magadai in the meantime are going to be running through the Donzos, not really doing anything with dying, and also Trade now in trouble, so a big hit on the way here. Mio Micah finding that soft underbelly. A return fire might be quickly coming here. The Camel Arch is not able to contest this many Desert Raiders. Still more to come. I think we must surely have the upgrade on the way. No. Okay, there we go. Finally, Elite Tech is on the way. 30 seconds out, and then these boys are going to get ludicrous. Well, there's no trade going on. I think that's what he was looking for. In the meantime, they're going to dive on the left side from Louis, joined by Y. So both of them piling on top of Uber Van, just trying to eradicate the Knight threat here. Kind of surprised by that. I don't think yellow is your biggest threat here. I'd actually say it's orange. Because yellow building Knights, you don't care. You've got Desert Raiders, right? Orange, on the other hand, could build it into Camel Riders, and Camel Riders can decimate Desert Raiders. Maybe not when they're this good, though. 19 damage per swing. Double that against Cav. And then they have 7 melee armor. 175 HP. But remember, you've still not got the melee tech levels yet. And if we ever get to a stage where you've got infantry nearby, you've got a tech that gives you an extra +3/+3 armor. Yeah, so for those that just done the math in your head, and your draw dropped slightly, that would equal 13 melee armor on a cavalry. Credit to him, though. I actually think Mio Micah is kind of carrying this point in the game. The only reason this is not snowballing out of control into a 2-0 is China just doesn't have the raw economy count right now. They're losing so much to these raid groups. I feel like the reactions are kind of subpar as well. It's difficult, but you kind of need to find a way of creeping out and getting some walls on Rocky River like this at this stage. I mean, you're at 232 economy. Someone has to bite the bullet. Might simply feel too late. So instead, they're going to focus on diving instead. Desert Raiders try to go in. They have got powerful torch damage, remember, now that they're imped up. But there's a lot here to defend with. Lumber, Vuavan now looking to hold this back. The Camel Archers are there. The Knight follow up to buff this away. The army is simply too small for Blue to stand his ground here. Magadai are at least being chased by javelins, but this is so depressing. They need walls. If they're not going to build a wall across map, they need walls between their bases. This is actually really important because it may look like you're betting on your teammate, your buddy, your bro, but what you're actually doing is eliminating the ripple effect. Magadai are so lethal in team games because when people don't wall each other out, Magadai also aren't walled out. So if I start in Blue's base, I hop into Teals, into Purples, into Greens. If there was small walls between their starting tree lines, Magadai wouldn't have this level of agency. Instead, though, it looks like we're getting some forward walls. The CSO is trying to secure the center. This is typical on Rocky River. Remember, Rocky River, I'd say if you're kind of standard land maps, yes, it has water, but I don't really count it, has probably one of the longest average game lengths of anything in rotation right now. Because Rocky River tends to lean to this point where people are just going to wall those gaps. And it becomes very difficult to flood the map from there on. On top of that, you just have very safe starting points usually in 1v1s. Team games, you're a little bit more exposed, as we're seeing here. I think the solution to all this is still in Lumber. He's got the right call building into Camel Riders. He just needs to scale them now. He has got the camel handling. This is really good because if you now get up to Elite Tech, your camels will chase down the Desert Raiders. There's no escaping it. But now, though, these camels are becoming a problem, folks. We're at 45 and scaling past 50. Oh my god. And by the way, was that Adabex? I think that was just biology. Maybe. Yes. Biologies came in. He didn't get Adabex in this game. He does, however, have silked bowstrings on the way. That's kind of nutty. So he's going to go up to, what, 5.5 range? That means he's going to be outgunning the Camel Archers. Magadai as well cannot reach you at that point. So you'll always strike first. That coming through. Javelins here as well is problematic for both the Magadai and the Camel Archers. I think they might have done it. How do you fight against this? Desert Raiders are going to dive in. Interesting they're not using the melee form. A few of them have shifted over though. CSO absorbing all the blows. The rest of the army can maintain. Teal already diving in. Tech Up's going to come out as Vubavan, the French player in yellow, moves up into Imperial, but the Red Palace, it's so far back, man. I don't feel like it's doing enough here. Thank you, Beranon, for helping do summon, though. Appreciate the sub coming through. as we're now watching one of the Vietnamese players being pounded into submission here. Only 25 military. Desert Raiders focus fire on that primary TC due to the Arbalest emplacement, so that's now been removed from the defense. The Javelin count is still overwhelming, and the difference between now and just 2 minutes ago is there's no counter economy damage. Where's the Magadai raid? It's now trying to make its way. It may be too late because this damage feels a lot more permanent. So it's going to be a temporary retreat. Happy with the fact they took out the primary. I mean, in fairness, Vubavan, he may be an Imperial Age, but he doesn't have that much right now. 70 eco, only 23 military. It's not the worst idea to retreat like this. And behind it, Y is now going to be teching up. Yes, his military is much smaller than his counterpart on the Vietnamese side. But with a bit of slinging, this could easily be 50, 60 knights in the blink of the eye. Not just that, the Desert Raiders are back again. This time, not just with the Silk Bowstrings, but also with the Incendiaries. So all of a sudden, 17 damage. Another thing that's scary, guys, is as you boom into this late game, these Golden Ages come out, right? We're at 43 of 50 to unlock tier 4. If he goes from 43 structures to 75, he'll increase Camel's attack speed by 20%. Yeah, that's where Desert Raiders can just be the most broken thing in the game. Especially with the kind of unavoidable animation cancelling they have, right? We don't tend to ban it in tournaments because it's very difficult to kind of police. I think also because players felt dirty about it, a lot of them just avoided using Desert Raiders, mass Desert Raiders on their own in 1v1s. Desert Raiders now shifting to a new base. This time, they're looking to pick apart Miyamika, who does not have an impressive economy. Only 65 in total. Soon it's going to be pre-50. Spinman defense is coming in from Kyo to assist, but remember, with the changes made to infantry and Imperial Age, they no longer get that extra health. They get extra armor if you get elite army tactics, which means even if he had the university techs, these spearmen would not be a solid defense against mass Desert Raiders. The knock-on effects of these changes from Season 9. First, the elephants look overpowered, and now you're seeing Desert Raiders overwhelmingly buffed due to all these different changes. Camel Archers are at least going to try to answer this out. It's the best form, right? You could go for Camel Riders, sure, but Camel Archers at least don't have to deal with that pesky melee armor. It just doesn't feel like it's good enough for him, right? Like, you're seeing how much quicker the attack speed is on one side versus the other. 1.38 versus the 1.25. And as I mentioned, with that attack speed increase, that would take it down to 1. So things can always get worse for the Vietnamese here. Javelins marching in to do some more permanent damage here. I mean, me and Micah made the ambitious choice to go Imperial Age. I just don't know what the hell he's meant to do with it now. So the Camel Archers will at least be able to mop up wave 1 of the Desert Raiders, but behind this, there's 30 more to play with. And also, no answer to the Javelins. You don't really want to be diving Camel Archers into this, even if they are imped up. Oh my god, wait, what? Me and Mike, he built his landmarks on the forward. Kind of makes sense to get them involved in the battle quicker, but means they could also now be forfeit. I know if it looks like there's a comeback coming from Vietnam, keep in mind right now, China is not pushing for everything, right? They're stopping for techs. Malians are going age 4. We just saw the catch-ups coming in as Louis went for the guild hall. That's another scary thing, by the way. We're at a stage in the game where if you don't have good range, you can't snipe Zhone immediately. In fights this big, all it takes is half of one big engagement with 4 players to take Louis from the start of level 3 to level 4. If we reach level 4 with that attack speed buffer, these Desert Raiders are going to feel unstoppable. Javelin's still just such a nuisance. Spearman. I'm going to be able to stab at the back of it, but Jabs will just keep running away. This time, finally, after a little bit of a break, Teal is back. 38 of these knights. Vubavan, who teched up so much quicker, doesn't have as many for the defense. Need some assistance. Camel Archers are now arriving, so that should be enough to scare away Teal. Meanwhile, walls are going up. It looks like Louis did sneak in with Zhone, so could try to just play blocker to any potential trade here, which is unfortunate for the Vietnamese because they were clearly getting ready for that transition. What's the way out now for Vietnam? I mean, Magadai are probably one of your best shouts here. we have got them on the way. The question mark is whether he has the economy to scale it. It doesn't look great if you look at Miyamaka's numbers. He also is at risk of losing the step readout, so no inflation of gold there. Louis so weak this game. That's the role of French picks. When you have greedy picks like this, like you have a player who went fast Imperial 13 minutes, right? Your role isn't to be greedy. Your role isn't to be big in the late game. Your role is to be a big threat, a presence in the early game to cover everyone else. I think it's something that gets slapped on, right? When you're playing French in team games, you shouldn't be the guy teching. On average, French players at the highest level should have the longest time in feudal of any Sith. Bar maybe Joe, which is also French. So yeah, that's why Louis, similar to what we saw Y do a few minutes ago, has now bulked eco to build resources to then go mass cav. Love this detail though. Instead of it being about knights, it's about the unique horsemen. Remember, really big change came in for Zhone. Zhone can now build their unique units, whether it's champions or riders, out of the respective buildings. So stables, it used to be you had to build keeps to get these. This is a big deal. Zhone's riders, they are more expensive, a lot more expensive than horsemen, but they all are also rather statistically better. They have more health, they have a lot more effective HP against range because they start with 6 ranged armor. And although the bonus damage isn't all ranged, it's only against crossbows, they have decent base damage and are overall good raiders. There is a lot of them. Good lord. Why is Kyo only making spears? HRE players in a nutshell. I mean, there's a lot of cav on the other side, right? And someone needs to fill that role. No one else is going to do it better than the Marching Girls HRE. It's just unfortunate. Look how sad he is. Right? It kind of makes him wish he'd gone for mine work. He would at least then had the all pikes for the +2 damage. Jones Riders. Now moving in. A few villages are going to be whittled down, but the TC defense with the Arbalest placements is good enough, though. However, the trade is in trouble. These can easily be culled. On top of that, the new wave has arrived. This time, Mass Donzos diving into the repaired TC of Vuvavan. East side, it is going to at least be a bite back as Lumber is able to claim some ground here. But they're once again targeting out the French player on the Vietnamese squad. German Riders just kind of staying out of range now, those stat defenses, right? They understand they don't need to be there to take out the trade. Night Reaction has come in, but that means the Donzos now starting to dive deeper, begin to ripple into the base of Lumber. This is dangerous though. Remember, your opponent on the Bastards has been building Camelot Archers. Camelot Archers do get double damage up against spears. So you need more than just this one unit comp. Magadai also now arriving. Perfect fight for the melee mosh pit for HRE here. Spear on spear, so it's not about them winning, it's about them not dying. If they last a long time here, Magadai or Camel Archers can clear this up. However, Musafari Gunners are also now being added in over time by Scarlet Devil. Man, this is such a long way to walk as well. If Kyo is meant to be the meat shield, he's nowhere near the engagement. He's the first thing to die, right? You want him to be close to where they're fighting. So I like this choice by China to lean far away from what they know is going to be the front line. I do think that, speaking of front lines, these guys need more of it. Y is making a really cool transition here into Arbitrary. Makes a lot of sense against Magadai because you have got the Pavis with the 5 armor. On top of that, as you get a little bit late in the game and Joan gets close to that level 4, these things turn into machine guns. So for the moment, things have kind of stemmed, right? The bleeding has been cauterized a little. But the problem now is in the stalemate, you start to look at trade escalation, and although you stemmed the big bleeding, the raids, especially from Jones Riders, are still hitting. You need to address this, or you need to get the Magadai in. If this Magadai are able to breach, huge. You could be taking out AD eco before you're cleared. The problem, though, is the stone walls. The stone walls need to be addressed, and right now, when I look at the Vietnamese squad, not a single person has built any siege whatsoever. Desert Ray's like, wait, what? Oh, Kyo, you cheeky git. He snuck in. That is a scary amount of Desert Raiders, though. Help! I think the only thing missing, can we check in the... He did take the tech, right? No, and I don't know why. This is a bit of a blunder by CSO. He didn't go for infantry support. I think we confirmed before that allies do trigger this. It gives +3 armor to your camels, which means you're going to get 30 melee armor and 6 ranged armor on these units. Crazy increase to your effective HP. I like how Joan is going the hard way about getting level 4. It's like, it's safer, but it's important, right? Like, you're shutting down the trade as well. It's forcing more and more reaction to the backside, and the whole idea is if your opponent is running back here to stop you, you're gaining ground in the center. One thing that is really unfortunate about this map is that the sacred sites don't make it easy to get a sacred site victory, even when you have that level of map control. What needs to be changed with the current map pool for team games? For a start, make them more interesting. I don't like how most of the maps are just this kind of standard line form and players really far away. Like, maybe there's a spawn where one player is really close to each other on each side and everyone else is retracted. Kind of like Gorge in a different format. Another thing is change it so that players can't trade with teammates. This is silly. This contradicts the idea of trade balance. Trade balance is meant to be, there's a risk to doing it. Even going here is a risk. Corner is not. And finally, I would say the other big thing... Oh my god, have I forgotten it? It's on my head. The other big thing is sacred sites. Especially in team games, like, why is there a sacred site here and here? There are worse maps than Rocky River for it, but in general, a lot of maps make sacred site victories way too difficult to maintain. Even begin. Feast Rob not quite working out as was hoped there. Magadai able to run through that dive, but we are now noticing the Donzos have snuck through, so Magadai on the way. Nice trying to ride in, but Vuvavan can't deal this on his own, so it looks like they might be able to idle out the trade here, which is a big deal considering the Magadai and Night Spam of the Vietnamese. Also, with attention on the west side, you're now noticing more and more cavalry sneaking in again onto the east. Desert Raiders also shuffling up. Credit to Kyo. Kyo's the only one who's really been trying to break through these walls. Everyone else has been playing fire, fire, put it out, while he's been trying to start his own. Marketplace is about to flop though. More are being built up a little bit shorter by Lumber to ensure they can continue trade. Important that you communicate that to your teammates, otherwise they might forget. We do not have incendiaries from the Magadai. That's a little surprising, actually. Huh. And wait, is it me or did they change the Musafati gunner like model? Because Musafati gunners... Oh, it's the Serpentine powder effect. I think it adds that on the end now, right? If so, that's kind of cool, because I could have sworn the gunners... Yeah, they had muskets before. They changed the model. I didn't notice that. That's cool. I assume it's like now when you have Serpentine powder, you get the thing on the end. But that might not be as apparent on standard hand cannon is. Anyway, he at least discovers that the marketplace is going up, isn't able to stop it. On the front side... Y is trying to shove in here. I'm getting the feeling we might be looking at a wonder game. You know, the Vietnamese are doing really good to hold on. The Chinese are still always piling on, but they're never finding that killing blow. And I don't think they're going to. So I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing Louis, for example, just stockpile resources here. In fact, he's at 193 eco. Yeah, this is a wonder play. All right, buckle yourself in, folks. We've got some ways to go with this game. Somehow we went from 13-minute Imperial Age for Iabids to it's probably going to take close to an hour. The gun switch is when you get that tech. Okay, but other civs don't have that, right, Hosin? Other civs with hand cannoneers have that by default, so they might need to update all the models. Walls going up. The Desert Raiders are about to break in. Oh, no. Remember, you don't get bonus damage with the heavy maces, so transitioning to men-at-arms is kind of horrible when you're up against Desert Raiders here. You prefer to be in the spears. Also, faster moving units, a better chance of not getting kited here by the range form, as we're now seeing. Just so painful here with the 17 damage. On top of that, he's got it. Golden Age 5, so check the attack speed on these guys. They attack every 1.02 seconds in range form, every 1.12 in melee. That's vile. 1.12 attack speed in melee in particular, right? Like a men-at-arms takes 1.38 seconds. This is the true late game unit, folks. It may not have the biggest health pool, 227, but it hits like a truck and has enough armor to stay alive doing it. Rams in the meantime are starting to break in deeper. I can't believe this. They have one player at 199 economy, and they're breaking the enemy on the west and the east. They're getting deeper and deeper. Joan, in the meantime, the one military unit for Louis is at least participating in the main battles now because there's no raids to assist. Instead, they've come to the main engagement to get that XP. It may look like Louis is doing nothing, but if he gets that level 4, the contribution on its own with Triumph, with the attack speed increase of 35%, is like a whole extra army is there if you get the big engagement. However, Joan might not exist for long if those horses touch her. It's coming, guys. Level 4 Joan. Jeune de Blast is about to be here. The funny part is Louis, like, what is going on here? Okay, he has built it. I just checked the fields, like, where'd it go? Wonder is online. Notre Dame has been made. I don't think it's going to have to wait too long. It's not going to be long before I think the Vietnamese give over. They haven't been able to approach the Chinese side of the map in the last 10 minutes. I think this is over. Jeune de Blast in now. The only upside is they immediately use the Valor's Inspiration. So for the Vietnamese, they cannot at least dodge the first usage there as the main fight hasn't occurred yet. But the negative is why the main fight hasn't occurred. Their army can't take this. And what the Why? Miyamika is like, this is my pond. I will house my yacht here with my $1 million earnings from prize pools in the future. Oh, there's so much population, man. That's so painful to look at. Was that 18 population just locked into a pond? And the issue is they're just going around. Right, this is the Mongols version of the Maginot Line. And right now, we've got a blitzkrieg. 94 Desert Raiders roaming. Dive continues deeper. Heal with this arbitrary night balance is doing everything he needs. Jeune de Blast providing the perfect assistance. And that wonder, as time goes on, is just going to get more and more insulated. Keep after keep after keep after keep coming in. Louis MT playing this defense strategy like he's in a free-for-all. Magadai, oh, I feel so bad for him. Red has at least dove in, but this may be too late. It's a good start. He's going to shrink their economy a little bit, but you know, if you kill 40 workers here for 4 players to reboom, that's nothing. On top of that, what have you lost in return? Hand Cannoneers are about to intercept your trade, and this is much harder to remove than Magadai. Because over time, these Magadai are just dying to the TCs, to the keeps. Gonna get a good hit at least into Green's farms, but Louis MT, he's sitting at what, 4 TCs, I believe? He's more than okay. And remember, Louis MT is the guy that went to 200 pop. He needs economy to die. You're doing him a favor right now, so you can actually build real units. We already see the Jones Riders are on the way, so that'll be the interception force. In the meantime, Dive gets deeper into Lumber's main. He only has 7 military units in tow. And can this say Magadai? Me like you very much. Happily takes that trade. Should be an eventual defense for Miyamika, but this is the next wave of Magadai that are being held up. Meanwhile, on the east side, the Desert Raiders are getting closer to the trade on the north end. Magadai. Last, the Raiders are going to fall, so Aftermath, I think that was about 40 workers killed in total. Not good enough, though. GG gets gold. That is it. The Vietnamese have been slain in the upper bracket. The Chinese will be the first to make it through to those upper bracket finals, and they do it in style. A dominant game one that took time to evolve. Game two, start to finish. The plan was clear, and the plan was overwhelming. Good God. GG's. Well played to them. So, we do have another series, by the way. So, we've got Ugly Cat, which is Baltoon Stack, that are playing as well in the lower bracket. One sec, I need to respond to a few things. One second. I need to send a message quickly. Oh, I need to be mindful of my phone. I don't think I've been wrong, but I need to change its location, so I'll see if it does. Sorry, give me a sec, guys. I need to... I can just find it. Yeah, bear with me in one moment, because we have got a second series, which I think is now getting underway. It's going to be Baltoon's Taiwanese squad, because it's him and a bunch of Taiwanese players, people like KJJ, up against, I believe it was one of the top Chinese teams, the Liu Tao guys, that were really talented. They've been impressing me in the tournament so far. But before I do that, I do need to get something over to someone. Okay. Oof. Actually, one sec. I've got a bit of a cold, so I'm gonna quickly... Is Emma in chat? Probably not. Bless her. Big shout out to Emma. She's looking after both our kids, right? Not easy. Oh my god, dude. When you open WhatsApp after a long time, so it syncs your chats, it's really oof. Can you bring me a tissue, please? Yeah, so it's not enough that my foot, or ankle rather, is broken. Let's also, like, borderline be getting a cold. Winter. Yo, you know what the most annoying part is about breaking a second bone? So, guys, when you break a bone for the first time, it's kind of cool because you get a superpower. Do you guys know this? Yeah. So, the superpower is that because, like, broken bones, they tend to feel cold quicker. So, you can kind of sense when winter's coming or when it's going to be cold weather. I already broke my arm. I don't need this. So, I've just got this for no real reason, to be honest with you. I mean, I guess there's a good opportunity to just show my foot on camera without getting banned. Wait, they didn't ban for that. I could just make more money off doing that. What's up, Mau Mau? Thank you very much for the raid, buddy. Hopefully you had a good stream. Welcome, welcome. And hey, someone's got a weekday off. That's me every day. But instead of spending it just sitting around, we get live and we get the good stuff pumping with Age of Empires 4. Whoop, whoop. So... Let me double check quickly. Because I don't think they're showing in-game. So let me check the teams, because what we got here I can pull up for you guys on the Fields of Blood. Dude, every part of me is dying, you know that. But we commit. We goddamn commit. How do you break your foot? I went over at the start of the video. I might upload it in more detail. That'd be great. I could like break down what happened, and then I can have the vlog one as well, so we can have a bunch of different uploads. But yeah, I broke it rock climbing, because I do a bunch of rock climbing. So, let's quickly check here. So the series, the next one happening today is Liu Tao B versus Ugly Cat. So that is going to be Baltoon Stack versus these guys. These guys you'll be unfamiliar with. They're a bunch of Chinese players, but they are very, very talented. Like Liu Tao B, for those that don't know, they did end up losing to Louis Stack, but they're the ones that annihilated 3D Clan. They 2-0'd them in the upper bracket. So they're really, really talented. So let me find them now. It should be probably... I think Knock Knock should just be called Knock Knock. Still. god, there's like 5 knock-knocks. Give me a sec. Ugh. Don't need to see me wiping my nose. Sorry, guys. Of course I had to get freaking cold. God damn it. Give you your imaginary points? I think I'm going to hold on to them. You know, like, this is esports, baby. We don't pay out for 30 to 90 days. Okay. So. Let me check. No, that's the wrong knock-knock. I've got 5 knock-knocks to check, so bear with me a sec, guys. Master's got you working? Damn. You know, that's good, though. That means you got all that money to gift subs. That's how that works. Earn that Skrilla, and then give it to me. 35 more minutes to go. Big Poogers. I think he has Ugly Cat in his name. Oh, you're right. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, it was really cool. Ugly Cat, I think, were the only team to do that. They updated their names to be like Ugly Cat and the name. So we might be jumping in like midway for the series, or we'll probably start from the replays in case they are in like game 2. We'll figure it out. And yeah, so ha ha ha, I am going to be ignoring the push-up challenges. And if you spend them, I'm not giving you points back. Nice try, you cheeky little shit. I was waiting for someone to try that. I knew it was going to happen. Alright, one sec. Let me check. If I check the custom lobbies, we'll be able to find it. Refund points then? You know what you were doing. Here, I'll do push-ups on my chair. 1, 2, 3. There you go. That's the best I can do right now. Technically, it's a push-up. Those are dips? That's not a dip. Is that a dip? Is that what dip? Wait, what's it? No, dip would be like when you go down from your whatever your position is. I went up. I pushed myself up. Technically, I done as described. Technically. Do I need to pull up the Futurama clip? Technically, the best kind of correct. Alright, let's see if we can find him. Where is it? Give me a sec, guys. Concentric portion of a dip. The eccentric is lowering. Ugh. Yeah, well, I'm pushing myself up. I'm starting from a low position and pushing up. As baseline technicality, that is a push. Just finding this. Give me a sec, guys. I'm just finding these guys now. Actually, did Baltoon play in them today? That's an easy way to find out. So if Baltoon played, then we can then click on his teammates to get the overall data. Because theirs was scheduled to start an hour later, is the thing. So, like, it could be that they finished 3 games already. Or it could be that they're still going on. So let me check. Wait, you went. Wait, so it's not Ugly Cat dot. Okay, thank you. Have a look. Nope, that doesn't work either. I don't know what he's done with his name. That's very weird with his name. Let me check Baltoon again, because Baltoon would have had games with them recently. Probably the easiest way to find them. Is it the person called Autism? Probably not. Other series already finished? Question mark. I'll check with Clearman because he'll definitely know. Dude, I don't know where this series is. I'm wondering, because I think there was a player on the other team that was always easy to find. So let me double check. Liu Tao B. I think Lao Tang actually was just named Lao Tang. I found one profile, so we might be in luck. Nope, that ain't him. Alright, give me a sec, guys. I'm checking with the tournament organizer, Clearman, so he should have a clear picture. You know what, Smoothie? You make a fair point. I will let democracy decide this. Ones if Smoothie gets his points back. Twos if those push-ups count. Smoothie, I think your points have been thrown into the ether, never to be discovered again. Gone, never to be seen. But you can duplicate more, because similar to a modern economy, my channel points are not held to any logical base of currency. We got rid of the gold standard the moment I started streaming. We always knew we were a silver boy. You can print infinite channel points. Did you know that you can even print more channel points by subscribing? That's true, by the way. I think it's double the points. I'm sure I have a subscription aficionado that knows this off by heart. But I'm pretty sure subscribed members of channels get double the points. I can even check that, actually. Let's have a look. I'm curious. It's a Ponzi scheme, I know. Where would it be? I saw it somewhere before because I was like, oh, intriguing. Yes, I said it in that voice like I'm Skeletor. Ah, intriguing. Bonus subscriber benefits. Access my Discord for elite people only? No, that's not a thing. I can't find it now. Does someone find it? I remember reading it before, unless they revoked it. There's a way you can set it, and I'm pretty sure it was like, sure, whatever. It's like, have your points. I do love how apparently I only have 390 points for my own channel. Oh, sorry, no. Wait, oh, sorry, it's bits. Where did I get the bits from? Huh? I don't remember charging bits. Yes, there you go. You have a 2x multiplier. Did you guys know that I have infinite points? That's power. Where's background change? Yeah. I'm getting to that now. I was waiting for your response on I thought you were actually helping me find the guys we're looking to watch. There, better. You also like to time out this guy? Wait, who are we timing out? Did you... You only just... So you use timeout. What about my timeout? I'll time it itself for 10 minutes. Oh, wait. Okay, so... I think we usually do a 5-minute timeout. So is that Brit Boy timed out for 15 minutes? Oh, it makes you... Why does it make you do it in seconds? That's horrible. Maths? Ugh. So that's 900. Timeout. Wait, why am I typing it in? There's like the nice thing is you can now just right click and then you can time out. Also, I love how Crackety could have just done it himself. He just respects the process. Toss something to that pot. Bye, Brit Boy. Come back soon. Nathan, alright, there we go. Push-ups. 1, 2. This actually hurts, by the way, because my wrists are not in good shape right now. I don't know if it was the soreness, the aftermath of the climb or whatever, but like, yeah, my wrists have been a bit rough. Alright, so let me get confirmation. Clear man. 2 matches today completed. Ugly Cat versus Elite Out. Sure. What's their profile name? I can't find these players. I'm like, great, thank you. I know that's the other series. What are they called? Let's try KJJ. Might be in luck. I think KJJ might not have added to his name. Give me a sec, guys. Also, what's wrong, Crackety? Do you not like my background? Someone's like watching me at work right now and things just got really awkward in the office. A push up. I pushed myself up. So, technically, yeah, got him. Jesus Christ, what are they called? Alright, I think I know how to do this now. If I go to Baltoon's account and look up his customs on the last patch, I will see his teammate's name. Unless he used a different account and it's a pain in my ass. Which does sound like Baltoon. God damn it. Alright, let's check the AoE4 World leaderboard. That's another easy way to try this. Well, I say easy. Easier. There we go. We got his name. So, yeah, KJJ shows correctly as Ugly Cat. The other one we had did not. Ah, I see the mistake that was made. Whoever gave me the name in Twitch chat, you didn't need a space. The space was a lie. Also, what's happening? Dude, is Twitch having another one of these heart attacks? My channel just said I have 26 viewers all of a sudden. Now, I know that the anime waifu background was extreme, but I don't know why it does this sometimes. Let's try... Is there an Ugly Cat Baltoon? Okay, one sec. We're in luck. Alright, we're in luck. There we go, guys. Apologies for the delay. Some people like to make it annoying. I love how we have full lead Tao versus full Ugly Cat for this one. So, let me see. I think Knock Knock usually plays all games. I don't think he's ever rotated out. Or, actually, I think KJJ is the one who's never rotated out. So, let me just double check that. KJJ. Oh, wait. No, we already said that KJJ is hidden because it's a pain in the ass. So, I am seeing one game showing a record right now. So, I think we can catch maybe some live games. But we'll start with game one. I'll just double check by checking more spikes as well, because obviously there's 5 minutes on the team. 4. So, oh, okay. Awesome. So game one, we're going to be going to Hillendale. So let me open that up now. Sorry about the delay on that, folks. So we're starting it now. Let me double check the chats. Nice. If I do the build the PC, we can call it the mother build. We can work on it. I think there's something more creative we can do with the name. The case name alone could lead to some cool names. No, I heard someone mention Rise of Empire's Ottoman Empire the other day. I didn't even know about this. I've not even heard about it. Is it good? I don't have Netflix because I can't afford it. I'm a bum. I live in a box at the end of the street. Pepper hands. My foot's so cold. Yeah, like, I mean... Surprised there isn't, like, a mother PC builder, you know what I mean? Like, you just have the obvious brand around motherboards there. Anyway, let's get ready for the first game. Trim off. Let me reset score. And we can get into it. God, my leg feels... I'm trying to think how long we're going to go today. We might aim for... We'll see, maybe 5 hours. We'll see how we hang in there, kitty. I'll be impressed, actually. 5 hours is good for a guy who literally just got out of hospital. Game 1, they use bug mod can't cast. Oh, so I'm getting confirmation of a bug issue. We'll start the game anyway. Getting told there might have been some sort of bug. So either this is game 1 and it has a bug at some point, or this is game 2 and game 1 isn't visible. Lou rolls his entire navy around cutting a forest on tree logs. Wait, what? Oh, about the TV show. So confused for a second. I was like, who are we talking about? There's no water on this map. You're insane. Oh. I mean. Dude, my brain is still in, like, occasionally, like, woo-bar, calm down mood, and then it might, I just keep going, what a week it's been. Alright, so I'm waiting for confirmation from Clearman. So I want to make sure that this game isn't going to crash. For those, like, oh my god, cast the game, we usually hop into proper cast mode at, like, minute 3 or 4 anyway. So don't worry, you're fine. Cool thing, actually, at this rate, is we'll probably be able to squeeze in some 1v1s as well. One sec, I'm just typing out. Dude, what do we call that last game with the 13-minute? I think it's like the every game he Imperial rushes. Right, there we go. Sorry, just had to type that out. I forgot to take. I do need to get around to making a new scene at some point. Did we clear predictions? Let's do that now. Right, team 1. We can set up a new one for you guys. I'm assuming this game is not going to have any crash arena issues. I haven't had a confirmation from Clearman, but I will make the mistake of trusting the process. Oh, blimey. Yeah, I might have to check out that Ottman show. What I've been watching so far is Billions. If you haven't watched Billions, I highly recommend it. It's incredible. I think I'm on season 4, maybe 5 now. But it's quickly becoming one of my favorite TV shows. It's the writing alone, like for the dialogue. There's a character called Wags in it that I absolutely love. He's like, do you need me to be the ass and go attack mode on these guys? Like, no. And then one of the guys, like, he's going to a banking meeting. One of the guys dressed like a banker to come along. He's like, you're not coming with Wags, attack. He's like, we don't need you right now, but if we ever need a monkey to dance for an organ grinder, we'll be sure to shout for you. And there's a whole scene where they're like arguing behind, or look like they're arguing behind soundproof glass. He's like, look like you're angry at me. And they're just like actually plotting out how to bring down someone's company. He's like, he's like shoving, going, I love you, man. It's incredible. It's got, what's his name? Giamatti. He's like the bad guy. And damn does he do it well. All right, let's get into the... One and all, it's that time. More team tournament action. $1,000 Fields of Blood 4v4 tournament playing out before our very eyes. In the lower bracket here between Team China and Team Taiwan. I'm not going to dive any deeper into the controversy of that because it's not just the Taiwanese. They have allied themselves with the Swedes. Baltun, the king of the Japanese, the truest of Tokugawa, is back on the playing field here, one and all in the team. Liu Tao, though, are no pushover. We've cast them before in this tournament. Whether it's Liu Tao B or Liu Tao A, both of these squads perform phenomenally well. This particular one is going to be Liu Tao B. If you guys remember, Liu Tao A is still in the upper bracket, waiting for the series up against another Chinese squad called GQS. It's actually wild just how much the Southeast Asian region is dominating, or shall we say Asia in general, is dominating this team tournament. I'm just quickly going to look it up because it's wild to list it off. We're down to how many teams remaining? 2, 4, 6, 8. Of those 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 of the remaining teams. Actually, no, I think 6 of the remaining teams are full Asian or majority Asian. And then another one is half Asian. That's wild. The only European squads, the only Westerners that are actually still holding on is the 3D clan, but they're in the lower bracket as well. What a crazy tournament this turned out to be. Big shout out to Clearman for actually getting $1,000 together. Like, that guy, if you don't know, if you're a Vietnamese person, check him out. He streams and casts in Vietnamese on YouTube all the time. But this has been a phenomenal tournament so far. Hillendale that opened us up. We're already seeing a lot of activity as we're 6 minutes in. We have got the Horseman spam, the Knights coming out. Both sides did lean to French. Intriguing to see the Juji, though. I'm excited for this Civ in particular, folks, because they're different now. This is also a Cav Civ. Remember, with Season 9, Juji got something that looked small, but was actually quite significant. They have a unique tech called Dali Horses, which gives a 20% attack speed buff to all their cavalry. Now, considering the Imperial Age tends to appear in a lot of team games, I am looking forward to a potential Yuan Raider play. Remember, that's the unit that moves at 2 movement speed, has really good base damage already, really good stats for what it costs. With a 20% increase, they become a lethal threat in the late game. For now, though, it is going to be about the TC boom to get there. So Liu Tao's Lao Tang already going multi-TC. It's going to be up to 3 TC. Makes sense with the high ground. Looking at his teammates here, there are 2 that could potentially lean for relics. Other side, it's more 2 as well, right? Like you could have Japanese or you could have a fast Castle Roost player. Warspite is going for the greed. It's not necessarily fast castle, but it is going to be multi-CC. Third one now already being built. How did you guys vote, by the way? I'm curious. I reckon a bunch of you saw Baltoon's name and just voted, right? No. Actually, only a small amount voted, and it was all in favor of Liu Tao. So apparently calling Baltoon the Japanese king wasn't enough to convince people. Sit back and be educated, folks, because this guy is a master with the Onimusha. I feel like Baltoon understood how to use Onimusha in 1v1s before any other pro-level player. And in team games, he has been a king with this unit. That's what we're going to be saying. Wait, you never seen the vote? Okay, I don't know what happened there then. You know what? I'm going to delete the vote and return the points. I'll give you guys one more chance to vote. Make it 2 minutes long. Go, go, go. I am a generous overlord. And yeah, I'm waiting for confirmation, by the way. This may be the final game of the set, or it's the first game. Because apparently there was some sort of observer bug, which has been happening for seasons now. I don't know why it's still a problem. So it might be that game 1 already played out. So I'll try to get confirmation before the end of this one as to who won the first one, if that did occur. QF in the meantime. Kind of interesting that he's actually going multi-TC. Considering this spawn, you'd usually want to go for trade, but this is a bit of a weird spawn, isn't it? You've got this small gap at the back that leads to additional walling compared to the other side, where it's more of a straight wall. So yeah, kind of unfortunate for Liu Tao that they got this weird split formation. I'm going to be real, you guys. I actually like the idea of Hillendale starting 1 player here and like 1 player here, and then actually having them be in corners like this. Because 1, I think that creates a cool dynamic compared to just standard Hillendale. Right, I think that would actually be a better look for it, or it could just be a new map that forcibly does that. And 2, it would create a really unique map for 2v2v2v2s. We didn't actually have many of those, right? I think one of the ones that comes to mind that you can use for 2v2v2v2s is Confluence. But usually the counter argument that gets given out to Confluence is you're then having to play Confluence. Which, in fairness, yes, it's fair play. Actually, no, I'm going to counter that. That game we had in the pre-season tournament between Louis and Anatand on Confluence was incredible. Onimusha now being scaled up. We have also got Magadai, but there are Desert Raiders on the other side. So this is really the sticky issue. Like, I like this idea of the Onimusha, but the Desert Raiders might be the undoing, as often it is in these cavalry metas, right? Like, a lot of people keep saying Abbas's Mongols OP, including me, but I think Ibis are just a slight tier below that, and it's really good for that reason because it's going to make it through banning phase always. It's just the way you play Ibis in team games is unfamiliar to those that play 1v1s, right? 1v1s, a lot of people are used to castling up. When you play team games, you just rush more Desert Raiders. You spam, spam, spam. You're usually the last player to tech up, even when you have a French player in your team. The cool thing is actually I've noticed players starting to build this way in 1v1s as well. Magadai, it's probably be a little bit annoying. Desert Raiders are able to counter them with their own range form though. One annoying thing for Magadai is the difference in range here, right? It's 4.5 tower range versus the meager 3.5. And correct me if I'm wrong, did he go for Deer Stone? He did. Yeah, he just failed to add in the Khan Hunter because currently he doesn't have enough Magadai. Yeah, because I think he's split into two groups, if I'm not mistaken. Like, if we check Knock Knock's position, he didn't. Oh, no, he's just, yeah, so he had the group in reserve, the one on the east side as well. So now with 10 plus, the Khan Hunter makes a lot of sense. That will give you the kite potential up against Desert Raiders. It's going to be very difficult for the gap close. So remember, with the Khan Hunter, it's not just that extra 0.5 like it would be with archers. The Khan Hunter, it's even more impactful for cavalry archers. They get an extra 0.5. Oh my god. Okay, no, that's not as ridiculous as I thought. I thought I saw 5 TCs for a second. My eyes were deceiving me. So 4 TC for Juji. This is so greedy, but tech up's on the way, so they are justifying it. They have walled themselves in. Even went the extra mile there to wall the forward pass. And will be matched as well by G. So overall more efficient than doing the longer walls. G, did he actually go for the standard as well? I believe he did. Yeah, but he added in the Horseman as well, which is kind of cool here. Gives him an edge up against Baldsun, who decided to go for an extra TC and only play Onimusha. Yeah, a little bit tricky actually, because as it currently stands, I mean, Warspite does provide the Horseman himself, so maybe that's how they benefit from it, they justify it. Remember, with Boy's Fortitude, your Horsemen become obnoxiously tanky here up against Onimusha. Went for attempt at the wall. The thing that we love about Desert Raiders so much, why they're so impactful, not just a ranged raiding unit. Usually ranged raiding units suck against walls, right? On a map like Hill and Dale, building horse archers doesn't feel great, but Desert Raiders kind of get that pseudo horse archer role while also being able to deal with these obnoxious walls. Walls which, by the way, we have to remember are much harder to build now. With Season 9, a big nerf came in. It takes 8 seconds to build instead of the 4. So anytime you see players, even in team games, investing in these walls, it's taking substantially longer, double the time it used to. But once they are up, you can do whatever the hell you want, like spam trade, QF, with the quadruple marketplace drop. The other side, we have got Knock Knock adding in his own as the Mongols, and trading across map with KJJ, the other French player in this game. Wait, did the Horseman get baited? Okay, he's just going to choose to burn through the wall. I think he doesn't want to dive in towards the Magadai. He wants to force the Magadai to react to him. QF has got quite a few knights. In fact, looking at the count, I'm a bit worried here. KJJ has got his coming from an awkward position. He does currently outnumber, but if a backstab comes in from just a few Onimusha, KJ could end up getting wiped. So he's going to try to dodge the fight, weave back into the base. I say that, and then he obnoxiously engages, but G is also on the way. He can play body blocker here, folks. Weirdly enough, he peels back the Horseman. I'm a bit surprised there. I think that's worth it. G, if he just holds those knights in position for, say, 5 seconds, there's nothing left of them. So KJJ dodges a bullet because of the fears from Pink. Backside, Magadai. At least slowly going to be able to whittle away at these Horseman Desert Raiders. A little bit of trade was intercepted, but nothing irreparable at this stage. I wouldn't say anyone has a clear emphatic lead. I'm getting a bit worried, though, because Lao Tang, he hasn't contributed yet, but we are quickly escalating to the point where he will. He's at 100 economy already. Actually, let me paint this like another way. Like, you know, he has more economy than every single player on the East Side team has military. That's the picture we're painting here. And that's going to inflate quickly. We're going to be seeing Imperial. We're probably going to be seeing the Library, which is going to allow him to get into the Dynastic Protectors, which will allow him to build into either the Palace Guard, sorry, an Imperial Guard, or the Yuan Raiders. I think this is a perfect Yon Raider game. Meantime, on the east side, High Trade House is now on the way for Warspite, so of inflation for his eco. Get your numbers in. I know you guys love this little mini game every single time. We'll find out if the bounty is plentiful for him in this one. Kurtai also on the way, so Knock Knock going to provide that extra boon. Sadly, Kurtai's not very impactful in these type of games, folks. It can find its value if you get a staged fight, but when you're looking at the mass that's being built by this team, you know, you're talking about Magadai, you're talking about Onimusha, you're talking about Horseman Knights, like it's all cavalry, right? Kurtai is much better when you're in static maps with a static army type. Later on, it could be incredible for the Arbitrier, but that's much further down the line. Big boy walls now coming in. Though they bugged, I can only see stats for one player on each team. What do you mean? You mean like this thing? That's because I can press that button, but usually people find that more confusing and less helpful than this. Tickup's coming through. Horseman now trying to break in. Oh, no, Musha Mass is big, but remember, not good against the Horseman. The Japan mirror right now, this could be a potential edge for G, but I love that. Remember, the Kaburaya, it gives you the extra movement speed to disengage, buys the time for Warspite to arrive. So, no bueno, no overcommitment either, though. So, G understanding he needs to leave. Behind this, that's a little bit surprising, actually. It's not going to be the library straight away. Instead, it's going to be Temple of the Sun. I guess it kind of makes sense, right? Like, if you think about it, I've talked about this before with library, typically what happens is by the time you're ready to start buying the text from the library, the unique text, you're already teching again, right? So you might as well Temple the Sun first, try some moves, and then switch over. It might be that he wants to play into Jugnu. Grenadiers would feel weird here. Jugnu makes a lot of sense, though. If you're worried about spears coming out, if you force your opponents into that, you now have that extra bonus damage. But even just the range makes good trades here. Sounds weird to say build Jugnu in the Imperial Age until you realize that your opponent has built Onimusha, they've built the Magadai. Half of the comp has no ranged armor. Find out. We must have a possibility here. Grenadiers, we don't like losing. No damage coming in. Onimusha are starting to march across the field, but the Jugnu are already going to be stockpiled up here in the center with the Palace Guard. So as soon as you try to move across the enemy side, you might find yourself dancing back towards this proxy base that they're not even aware exists right now. Credit to him, Lao Tang has done a really good job of kind of smuggling this in unnoticed. Finally, it is going to be revealed as Warspite walks into it haphazardly. Definitely not intentionally, but it might be a little bit too early. I don't think he was ready yet. Lao Tang needed about another 2 minutes to escalate the forces here. Divers coming in. The gold is going to get idled out. KJJ able to force them across the keep. Not for the gold, so less income right now for Lao Tang in the game where he doesn't have that much military present. Desert Raiders are going to get on top of the Onimusha to give that debuff over to ensure they're not hitting back that hard. And we've got one hell of a cavalry dance-off here. That's true. I don't mind the idea of a few grenadiers as well. If you go for this, the hard case bombs you're talking about, right? Where it gives a ranged melee damage buff for 5 seconds. It's pretty cool. I don't think it's necessary in this game, mainly because there's not tanky enough units. It's more impactful against units that don't just die straight away. Things like Onimusha, Magadai, they aren't high health balls, right? So they're glass cannons. This whole idea of a damage buff makes sense when you know you have to hit a unit multiple times. You're going to hit this unit like 4 times, right? Like, for example, Grenadiers are really good against mass men-at-arms strats. For example, English men-at-arms are probably going to take 10 plus hits to die. So you actually get your bang for buck per strike, amplifying that damage. Spears now arriving as well. Like the switch, right? The Palace Guard just weren't going to do that much. They were much more expensive as well, and it slows down your core comp, which is Jugnu massing. Kurtai is now here, though. So they're going to try to shove in. The Horseman now arriving as that frontline buffer. Warspite. Plenty of him to work with. High Trade House in the end, by the way, was a 107 gold, so I don't want to size shame him. But he's a small boy. I think they've switched script. They're kind of sick of trying to dent that base. The choke points don't work for them. They are prepping tech, though. KJJ now teching up the Red Palace. On top of that, it looks like the Mongols are prepped to go Age 4 as well. Yeah, and on top of that, this Horseman raid, because everything's out of position now, and one of the players is playing static, Lao Tang can't assist the defense. It's all up to the other cavalry boys to hold the base. If they don't, it's going to be quite impactful here. Red and orange both trading, remember. They did not set up those stone walls, and that's their own mistake here. Maybe you could argue it's Lao Tang's. It feels like that was meant to be his role with so many villagers at his disposal. The fact that he didn't wall them all in sooner is quite surprising here. Then again, they didn't have much they needed to wall, right? Like, Ibid's failed to just get this wall up in time. Horseman now intercepting that attempt. Pink had one tiny piece they needed to do, and they didn't do it anyway. Stupid now in the way, so tech up almost complete here. This is slipping in favor of Ugly Cat quite quickly. Like, funnily enough, this could get ugly for not the Cats in the coming minutes. I think they have a really big issue on the side for Liu Tao. Liu Tao, for this strategy they're going for, where they rely on Magic Nu, they need time, right? And they need control of the map. What you essentially need to do is you need to funnel the map, stonewall, stonewall, stonewall. By the time you have 3 separate layers, that's good enough, because even one layer is not going to hold back a proxy siege workshop into a break and 50 cav running towards your economy. So it almost feels like the idea was good from Lao Tang, but the timing was wrong. And this is why I thought he was going to go library, just play cav. It feels like that would have served you a lot better, because when I look at what's happened here, Onimusha plus the Magadai, all I can think is the Yuan Raiders would have destroyed it. Like, let me give you the strategy. Let me give you the strat for this, because of the raw numbers. Yuan Raiders cost 120 resources. They have 200 HP. They move at maximum movement speed, and they have a base damage of 15. Tell me that doesn't sound worth it. Against units that move, for example, Magadai, are pathetically slow, right? You can easily catch them with 2 movement speed. You're quicker than Horsemen. And these guys are going to have 8 damage. They go up to maximum 16, right? And you have 4 ranged armor base as Yuan Raiders. So yeah, a little bit shocked that he never went for it. I mean, I don't think he even went back for the landmark, if I'm not mistaken. It's finally coming in, but the question now has to be, is this too late? Knights have started to intercept. Trade cannot continue as long as these boys remain here. So quick to chase in and clean it up. Warspite is going to lose his first wave of horsemen. But the walls are now being set up by Ugly Cat as well. Tanagashim Gunsmith on the way for Baltin. I think we're going to have a situation where Age 4 is reached for all of Ugly Cat before Liu Tao. That guy's still in here as well. It's just so obnoxious when you get to this stage in the game, right? Just one tiny gap is all they need. And a handful of Magadai can easily do the damage. Especially if you haven't got textiles. Luckily for Lao Tang, he did think about that ahead of time. But the trade numbers don't lie, folks. It's quite the ludicrous eco lead, especially when you consider the trader is Mongols. Is French, right? These are 2 of the best traders in the game. Obviously, French not quite as good as, say, Abbasids, but Mongols definitely considered S-tier. Love the fact that we just got Baltin sticking to his guns with the mass Onimusha. We'll probably see him eventually stockpile tickets and switch into hand cannoneers. It's a really powerful play for the Japanese, because the Japanese are actually one of the secret best civs at building gunpowder units. Because remember, the hand cannoneers can benefit from the Yumi. So you get an extra +5 damage that other civs can't get. Now, add on top of that, the Khan Hunter. Because I don't know if they fixed it so the Khan Hunter doesn't affect any allies, or if it's just the Cav. I think it might no longer affect any allies, because it was getting a bit too powerful in team games. So yeah, Khan Hunter should only impact Mongol players now. We'll try now being set up. Awkward position to try and fight in here. Backstab comes through as well. The Horseman able to intercept here. Little to no reaction quick enough. G trying to do what he can, but he just wasn't in position there. Now the Onimusha able to start shredding. We'll try holding for the time being. The Onimusha upgrades are fully in effect. We just aren't in possession in city areas yet. That should be coming soon though. Just see how ridiculous the damage buff is. Remember, you're percentiling here. Uma Bannerman plus the Kurotar buff. That's a 35% DPS increase. This is just dirty, man. This is why I love Japan and team games so much. I've said that they're secretly like the god tier pick. They'll never get banned. They'll usually get overlooked. And if you play into Mount Samurai, you'll probably think they're bad. But if you play into Mass Onimusha, maybe a sprinkling amount of Samurai, you can dominate for this reason. Especially if you've got Mongols on your side or any type of buffer whatsoever. Maybe Onimusha are going to try to dive in, but G, I think he's just throwing away for a unit. No. He's queuing more, so this was just a misclick. Oh no. G down to 21 military. That big gap might come to punish him now. You can see the difference in military that's actually made here. Map control. Sacred sites have at least been locked in for the time being by Liu Tao, but holding it is going to be a whole other matter. Dakin is at least securing, bolstering the east side. Center is at least nicely consolidated by Lao Tang. West side is at least behind a few small walls, so not the easiest to reach or breach, but we have at least got trebuchets on the way on the west side to try and find a way. All right. One's if you think the Liu Tao boys are taking this. Two if you think Ugly Cat's got it. It's weird, right? Sacred Site's locked in. They've got their own trade. Theoretically, Zhu Gunu, Zhu Xi in general should be like OP in the late game here. I'm leaning Ugly Cat though. I think Boy's Fortitude really solid in a meta that I think is going to become more cavalry based than it already was in Season 8 for team games. Mongols provide a lot of utility. And on top of that, the Japanese threat. These Onimusha are a really big problem, and eventually it's going to become all about gunpowder. And when you compare gunpowder units here, you've got two of the best. We mentioned Japanese subtly incredible because of the Yumi. Then you've got Streltsy for the Rus, which are currently being produced. Meanwhile, what have you got on the other side? You can't even build gunpowder units as this Civ. You get Grenadiers. And I think the Grenadiers are going to underwhelm in this type of format. You'd think in theory with there being 4 players and flooding in, you just get great saturation, AoE's OP, but if you want to go that way, you'd be better served just going towards Nest of Bees. Like Flash coming in. Shuganu are going to back this up. The question is whether they've got enough damage. You can go for 10,000 bolts, so I don't think we're ever seeing cavalry out of yellow here. Which worries me. Because I think they actually need more mobility. Shuganu going to have to retreat. Knights are getting overwhelmed. Even the Magadai is starting to hurt here. Onimusha, so impactful up against the French Knights. Cannon placement to try and hold. Kurultai is now deploying, so the damage buff comes through again. These standard defenses are not going to last long. The cannons get sieged down. Bombards are moving up to deal with the castle now. Sacred sites on the flanks are at least secure, but I think the center is no longer holdable here. Ugly Cat, they're starting to swell up. 200 plus military, half that for Liu Tao. Eco also just looking pathetic in comparison, right? 80 traders compared to double that. Castle goes down. Control over the center has now been denied, and without a Sacred Site victory, Liu Tao are now on life support. And not just that, they don't have a favorable comp anymore. The Zhuganu have proven to fail, right? Like, this was meant to be the gotcha. This was meant to be the easy peasy win. The fact they failed you so haphazardly, they flopped so easily, leaves you with what here? I think he's already used one library tech, so you could try to now fix it by going Dynastic Protectors. I don't think you have any other options here. Maybe you could get away with Roar the Dragon, but has someone confirmed, did they actually fix Roar the Dragon now? Surely they must have. So remember, Roar the Dragon gives you a Fire Lancer splash with your charge attack on Spearman and Horseman. So Inferior and Horseman, incredible here, right? But that Horseman damage is going to be underwhelming if you run into a line of knights. So you've got this kind of caveat of like, it could potentially be good. But it feels like right now, the player that was meant to deal with KJJ was meant to be the other French player. That's not possible due to the Onimusha mass. And Streltsy feels so good in these big team fights as well. You have to remember, like, when you're getting this big of a fight going on, it's lasting a long time, right? And there's probably things ahead of the Streltsy, so they're not getting targeted first. The reason that's important is it means that they get their standard deployment more often than not. And that's a 30% DPS increase in these units. I think you're right. Knock Knock is stockpiling for it, isn't he? feels undeniable that this may just be a forced victory via Wonder in a game where Liu Tao basically lost all control over the center. What hope have they got of then reaching that high ground with Hill and Dale? It's funny as well because Hill and Dale, historically, more than I think any team map in existence has been Wonder victories. And we're seeing it. They just slung the food across the wood as well. So Knock Knock, I think, is it 13,000 guys for Mongols? I think it's 13,000 of each. Because remember, they can't pave the stone. Okay, sorry, 11. Looks like it was 11. So, Monument of the Great Khan about to be built. Control over the north side of the center about to be lost as well. Dekin's proxy base no longer able to hold. Remember, the Desert Raiders do get countered out by the Horsemen, especially with the Magadai are here to assist. So all his hopes of staging some sort of push now removed. I mean, what you're seeing here is the difference that it makes of playing cavalry, right? Like, you've got them outnumbering each time because of the Zhuge idea. It means that Lao Tan can never kind of play that same dance. And sure, you can argue that Warspite's into Streltsy now, but one, he's still adding the Horseman. Two, if you could have one Streltsy or one Zhuge, which would you choose? The answer is very obvious there, right? When a Streltsy walks up to any engagement, they're going to have a bigger impact than Zhuge. Zhuge are situationally more impactful. And only because of the cost. I'm starting to feel that situation just doesn't exist in this game. Once again, though, Baltin. It's been a bit more subtle here, but I think that's because the other players really stepped up in this one. But earlier series, Ugly Cat's Baltin really was the spotlight for me. His Japanese performance on point. And he didn't need to go over the top in this one. He just played a very clean game. What was really cool to see is just how impactful Knock Knock was as well. Love these raids from Warspite. I think the Horseman raids diving in deep, intercepting the trade, just slowing it down for a moment, done everything they needed. And KJJ, probably the most subtle of the four, but necessary nonetheless, right? The Knight spam, when it mattered most, he had that advantage. His goal is to win the mirror against the French player on the other side, and I think there's no doubt that he done that. In fact, he's close to breaking in and doing even more damage. There's these stone walls, that's going to slow him down a little bit, but being this far forward, there's nothing really to stop him from dropping Siege Workshop, building to a cannon or one or two rams, and then just stopping trade on the west side. Oh, that's bold. I love that. Baltin, he sends his Onimusha in range to body block to protect Streltsy. Makes sense, their DPS is higher. And also, they're more expensive than Onimusha. So, pretty cool little detail there. They have about the same health. They're both range units, so they're both going to hit hard by Horsemen. But also, remember, like, Gunpowder, they don't counter Cav as hard anymore, so they kind of need that extra level of assistance. Good fight, nonetheless, coming out from Liu Tao, able to push this back. They need to keep on pushing through. Wonder victory, just 13.5 minutes away. Kurotai has deployed once more. We have got reinforcement baits nearby, so we've got archery ranges being built on the forward. Lao Tang is still trying to participate as close nearby as possible. We've got Warspite with a central base, so two players that are playing at a Cav are already in the center of the map. Allows them to get that second wave in so quickly. Okay, so who is watching this and thinking, actually, I may need to revisit Onimusha in 1v1s? Right? Right? Not just me looking at this, thinking that, right? Such a good unit. I think the reason why they look so good in team games is there's always going to be a Cav Civ with heavy Cav you can kite out, but also more than that, the maps are so big, there's multiple raid points, right? It's the same logic that you follow with Magadai in team games. Who looks at this and thinks about 1v1s? Me. If this is the end of the series, you're going to have to find some 1v1 replays to watch. Kid dancing around their own base again. The Magadai got in again. And they're heading straight for the trade. There's not enough horsemen here to keep pace. So Magadai, target shift is going to move over onto the trade of QF. Villagers also in trouble here. We'll abandon the farms to hide in the TC, but there's not enough safety there. The wall isn't even constructed anymore, so a small group of Magadai can do some notable damage. And this is all drawing attention away from the real win condition. Wonder is still online, and they see no way. Liu Tao waved the white flag, and I believe I'm not wrong. This was a 2-game series. We'll definitely confirm that, but I wouldn't be surprised if Ugly Cat took it in 2 with how dominant they looked here on Hillendale. Woo-wee. Bit of a rough one for the Chinese stack. Ooh. Is the title Taiwan and China face off in... Age of Empires 4 Nations Cup? Maybe. Team China versus Team Taiwan. I'm trying to like do it in a non-offensive way where it's like go, hey, Taiwan versus China, but like not extreme. Because people are gonna see that and be like, ooh. And yes, I am aware that Vortex has funnily enough returned to us, which is surprising by the way, because he just qualified for Age of Mythology. So I'm wondering if him and his bro are gonna enter the 2v2 tournament. What we can do though, I think that is all the team games for today, but doesn't mean we have to stop the stream. We can actually do some 1v1s, so bear with me a sec, guys. Just need to check on my messages. What I'll do is I'll check the live. Oh, actually, one thing I need to do straight away is we need to disable the team overlay. Otherwise, that will get bloody confusing. Let me put this one back on. Yeah. I might be rejigging the channel colors, actually. Who won EGC TV Genesis yesterday? Any surprises? There were 1 or 2, yeah. There were some interesting comeuppances from certain people in Genesis Retold. So, funnily enough, Recon didn't qualify on day number 1. He qualified in day number 2. He lost in day number 1 to... Who was it again? Wait, didn't he play in day 1? So, no, Recon didn't even bother playing in day 1. But day 2, his series went to 5 games against Hasu. That was an incredible series. Chemo lost to Grass, which I think for a lot of people was a surprise. Because Chemo is like... Across the history of Age of Mythology... probably the most decorated player that exists. I think he's won more S-tier tournaments across the different forms of Myth than anyone else. So, for him to not make it to the first EGC Myth event was quite a shock. Vortex done really well in a decider match against his new teammate on Team Fox as well. So, what we'll do, guys, we'll check the ladder. That's all the team games I think we've got for today. I can just double check quickly by going... Oh wait, KJJ's doesn't show, right? He hit it because it's a pain in my butt. Let me double check because maybe there was another one. It looks like that's it. Okay, so that was... I think it was a 2-0. So what we'll do is we'll unload the tournament logo as well. Dude... Just realized it's only how many more days? 4 more days until our tournament format kicks off, and I imagine we'll have some games to cast on Friday from the KB's midweek musters. So I'm pretty buzzed for that. Who's looking forward to it? Our very own tournament series. Thanks, Zaddy. It was good timing. Getting some of my Rad Bull. Peppa Pig plays. Wait, is that Marine Lord? I think so. If I can remember how to spell orangutan. Why am I struggling with my brain today? Orangutan. Oh, yeah. Pretty sure that's Marine Lord. Yep. All right, guys. We got Marine Lord versus Corvinus. Let's hop into this one. Toggle that off. Oh, why is my minimap thing stopped working? Oh, come on. Dude, it does this every time. It moves it off screen entirely. I don't know why. It's so weird. Such a weird OBS bug. Trying to think if we go for like maybe roughly another hour and then call it. We'll see. I should be live tomorrow as well. I'll figure it out because I think I've got things to catch up on the background. But we'll see how things go. What we'll do, I'll speed this up just at the very beginning. OTD versus Mongols, though. That's kind of funky, right? I mean, not too much change with OTD, I don't think. Alright, let's get ready to get into this one. Oh, I want to bring my leg down for a sec. It's getting exhausting to hold my leg up that long, to be honest. At least in a position I'm saying. Maybe I just need to hire vodka on the weekdays. That's right, he's back. He couldn't stay away. Season 9, new tournaments on the horizon. Marine Lord needs to get his elo calibrated. He's back on his orangutan account, playing in the teal as the Mongols, going up against Corvinus on Order of the Dragon. One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. Apologies for the time away. We've been busy breaking bones in real life. You know, while these boys sweat in front of a keyboard, I was busy sweating on a rock climbing wall, and it didn't go well for me. But let's see who this is going to go well for. Himiyama. Love to see more of this map. I feel like I rarely get to see it these days unless I'm watching Voldemar replays. So always happy to see more of it. And Marine Lord is always happy to play Mongols. I think he kind of hit into this recently that it almost feels like it's his main civ in some ways. We always talk about him as French, signature French, but he's always been comfortable, quite happy playing this civ. Makes sense, right? This opening play, you can just do so much with it. Against a civ like Order of the Dragon, it can be impactful, but it can also end up feeling underwhelming if they were planning to play along feudal anyway, which is what we might be getting, as Corvinus is going into the Minework Palace and he's rushing into it. 4 villages from Order of the Dragon is pretty aggressive on your timing. Makes sense when you consider your opponent is outpost rushing you. He's also already hard committed into this by going into the racks. It means that you can get a very big timing advantage, but I'm questioning what his plan is with it. If I'm not mistaken, Marine Lord is not a Muppet. He did scout this. This is important. Corvinus, however, doesn't know. So this pull away from the gold is genuinely him just being scared. It's not him going, oh, I can just ignore the outpost and go around it. He doesn't even know there's another goal back here. That could come back to sting him in a matter of moments. Spin with a dive. A little bit tricky to get these kills, remember, because the Gilded Villages are more tanky. Interesting that Corvinus starts with the berries. We have to remember they did buff berry rates overall, so competes a little bit better with sheep. He has plenty of those. 15 sheep in total. Marine Lord only with 9. He's going to be going for the silver tree. So setting up the trade. Decent spawn through it, hidden behind the tree lines. Even better one over here if he leans north side, because you can shuffle around the tree lines. In fact, the way that the pathing works sometimes, if you start the trade here, or even here, you might find yourself going around the north side of this tree line, and then scurrying as wide as possible, away from Corvinus' base. Corvinus wants to do away with this outpost threat. First men-at-arms now being queued up. Should be able to rush into the undermesh. I don't know if you want to, though. Right, the men-at-arms are really expensive, 40 gold each, so you could go for undermesh if you didn't go for that, right? 63 even with the discount. Yeah, I think Corvinus was trying to get one more grab of gold, but Marine Lord fully aware of it. Smart boy, right? He checks the maths on it. It just kind of aligns correctly here. You can always, if you really want to get into the nitty-gritty of math, if you can see your opponent's got wheelbarrow, if you're like a highly attentive player, you've got good APM, and you understand your numbers, you know them off by heart, you know that your opponent's gone for wheelbarrow because the price of it being 150 gold. You know his tech up costs 200 gold, right? So that already equates to 350 gold. And look how much he's taking for the Bane, right? So just applying basic maths, if there's 1 men-at-arms, you know there can't be undermesh, right? Even if there is only men-at-arms, you know there can only maximum be 2. So I love the fact that Marine Lord didn't feel too panicky about this. He didn't feel like he needed to add in a crap ton of spears. Because even if the tower goes down, look at the price that Corvinus now has to pay. Torches pulled out. Weirdly enough, villagers not being targeted at all. He focus fires on the men-at-arms, which I kind of like here, because the micro back from injured villagers means that these guys will be fine. The men-at-arms will be more healthy. So it does burn it down, but a lot of idle time there. Behind this, Marine Lord already now shuffling out the Silver Tree. The question is, what's next? You could go for Keshik, seeing men-at-arms. It's probably the most logical approach. The only issue is, the beautiful thing about playing Order the Dragon in this situation is men-at-arms gives you access to spears as well, right? So either side, you're kind of thumbs-upping no matter what your opponent does here, right? Like if he sticks spears, men-at-arms win. You could even go spears yourself. If he goes Keshiks, you've got him covered too. Tell me, looks like it's going to be a villager snipe. Wait, what? Oh, he got the dock up. They both went for the pond play, and Marine Lord, funnily enough, is opening with a sprinkle ship. That's, wait, he's being baited. Does he realizes, right? He has to. Corvinus, he's like, this seems suspicious, but it may be a little bit too late. So, good micro. Marine Lord should be able to step in. And I imagine that should be 3 shots going out onto the Gilded Men-at-Arms. No, the wolf gets in the way. Decent damage, but not enough. And the problem now is Corvinus does have arrows that's on the way. However, the Spearman should be able to gradually address that. Yeah, I like this from Marine Lord. If he's got a really good position in this game right now. Remember, behind this, he's going to have trade setting up as well. And you're now kind of tunnel vision on the center because intercepting trade is very difficult when you go for men-at-arms. It's not a fast-moving unit. It's not like you've got knights. So you really need to address the center of the map and find a way through it. If you can't hold this dock, you're not going to be able to go for it because of the sprinkle ships. So what does Corvinus do? I mean, could be we just see Castle Age here. I don't really think there's much left in this age for him. Demo ship is on the way, which is great, but if you don't start targeting down the war junk, it's not going to do anything. Even if you target the spears now, right? It's already been torched, it's already on fire. The spears are being pushed away, so Demo is going to be coming out. It's not going to get the kill. Best he can do is a fishing boat. Could do is a fishing boat. He doesn't know. He got baited hard there. Premature detonation here doesn't get the kill. The Sprinkle Ship is still alive, which means the men-at-arms can't assault this. And although it's idle time for the fishing, it's expensive losses for Corvinus. We've got a men-at-arms now going down. Spears are coming back to finish off the dock. Second demo pump comes out, but the repairs have already done enough. Sure, he gets rid of 2 of the fishing boats, but Corvinus has lost so much in this play, and he loses another villager attempting to keep this alive. Demo response from Marine Lord, completely unnecessary, but at this stage, so far ahead, why does it even matter? It's 36 to 25 eco, rather. Military also 8 to 4. Sprinkles kind of dilute that a little, but I imagine we're going to be looking at Keshiks next. Maybe even you just rush Castle from this position. He's got the stables ready. Wells his oyster, right? So let's try and weave the theories here, right? Like, what's the way out for Corvinus now? I mean, we mentioned Castle Age already, just kind of has to be a given, but that's also predictable. I think your opponent's going to be looking at that and anticipating it. So he's going to have dominion over the map. The problem as well is you've spent so much on this Feudal Age play that your timing isn't going to be very aggressive. And that's dangerous against scaling trade. It's not like it's bad trade. It's not the best, right? It's not absolute corner trade, but it's still good enough being about 3/4 of the map. So you're close to, like, justifying. Actually, I say with Silver Tree, you can justify. 42 gold doesn't sound like a lot until you remember the Silver Tree is giving you a discount on the gold as well. So this is going to be a nice scaler point from Marine Lord. He could even have pivoted over him. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't, but if we check vision, Ah, there you go. That's unfortunate. I think Marino would have went for that if he saw it, considering his opponent doesn't have any aggression on the map. And that probably would have yielded him, I want to say, roughly 68 gold each way. So, basically about 50% better. So, with this tech up, what's the plan for Corvinus? You're probably going to be looking at Spearman either way. You need that to deal with the Keshiks. You could theoretically just go into Gilded Knights. The problem is when there's so many Keshiks, let's say it's a 4-to-1 ratio, which is believable with the current economy, you're just going to get wailed on. Because what will happen is the injured Keshiks will pull away, your Gilded Knights will be surrounded, they'll die. So realistically, you have to play Spears here. And if Marino realizes that, he could already be prepping double archery range. Weirdly enough, he doesn't care though. Keshiks is dead. Undermesh on the way as well. The rough part for Corvinus is, I mean, Gilded Villagers, sure, they have a lot of the gathering raid that H3 get built into them by default, but the Archon feels like it would have been worthwhile, right? Like, you haven't got that much value out of Minework. Minework feels best when you're layering the cake. What I mean by that is you can open Men at Arms, but you're looking for a way into Archers next, right? Gilded Archers are great to follow up with because then you're utilizing the arrow tech as well. You're not really seeing that here. It kind of feels like, in hindsight, Corvinus would have preferred to have just gone for Archon, because the reality is he never got Golden Cuirass. I don't think he's ever gonna. And he didn't complete his comp at all. So this Minework just, sure, it's cheap blacksmiths, but I'd say you got about 20% of the value that you can get out of a Minework in an Order of the Dragon game. I get it though, right? Like, if he got an Archon, there's an argument that his opponent would have been even more aggressive. And I think that's what he was trying to deal with. This is more about Marine Lord kind of outplaying him on the opening than Corvinus completely blundering. I do think that some things around this dot play could have been much cleaner from him, but we really shouldn't take anything away from the king, right? There's a reason that he is the chimp. That great from the way. Love this. This is really smart from Corv. We talked about his weaker economy. This is how you can fix some of the issues. I've been noticing more and more Order of the Dragon players going for Burgrave over Regnitz, and I think it is the right call. Quite often the issue of Regnitz is like, it's cool in theory, but an H3 player at least has the guys if they don't know when I'm teching up, and I could already have prelates out. You can't build prelates until you're age 3 as Order of the Dragon. So you tech up, your opponent knows what you're doing. With Burgrave, you get a leverage point to get out of your base. With Regnitz, it's an uphill battle. So yeah, what I think that means is for anyone who's trying to learn Order of the Dragon, assess the game. If you're in a position where you're defending in your base, Regnitz needs to be reassessed. Burgrave may be your way out. If, however, you've played a really good Feudal Age, you've been out on the map dancing, you've got control, that's when Regnitz can make sense, because you can follow up the play with your map control. It's kind of like when you see a player TC booming and you fast castle to gather relics, because you know they're not going to come out. I don't know what you're talking about, Bella. This is totally fair. Look, all the relics are close to the players on the south side. Sure, Marine Lord's trading it. Are you trying to say that this spawn might be slightly... What's the term I'm looking for? Monkey favored? Must be monkey favored. Get it? Wait. No, because it's about relics. It wouldn't be monkey favored. It would be monkey fave. I see myself out. Get me out of here. Put me in a one-way ship to the Antarctica. Probably be good for my foot. I won't be able to feel any pain. Won't need any painkillers. A lot of spearmen coming up from Corvinus. He needs it, right? The problem is he doesn't. He thought he did. I mean, in fairness, Marine Lord building into crossbows isn't ideal, but he needs to. He's up against a castle age opponent. It could be heavily armored units. So he's just prepping for that. The spearmen should be good enough to hold. Trade is going to continue to scale. And the problem now is Corvinus, because he went for the Burgrave. Sure, you do get good savings, but it's not like you're getting 5 relics in a ridiculous boom. And like, to Pleco's point, that's a fair one. He said it's also Burgrave is like 2 relics. Sure. But Regnitz, 1 relic is like 2 relics, right? That's the problem. If you're in a game and you feel like you can get 2 relics, Regnitz is going to always be better than Burgrave. But as I said, a lot of all the Dragon games, when the opening play fails and you fall back to, let's go Castle Age, this is what happens. You mean 2 Regnit's Relics? I would debate that. I'd have to double check the maths on it. I don't think that's true always, right? I guess it's also debatable, like, I see where you're coming from, but the biggest problem I have is, like, the situations where it feels like it's that worth, like you're going to constantly be pumping, doesn't hold true always, right? Like, for now, it's good because Corvinus needs all these spears, but let's say it's a game where you needed mass horsemen. It just, like, doesn't work. I think that's the other fundamental issue with Burgrave. Same for H3, I've said. There should be, like, an ability to pay a little bit, to toggle it to a different production building that has a really big cooldown. So, like, you can only change it every 5 or 10 minutes. But yeah, Land Snakes are broken, but he needs gold for that. And Corvinus is a cheapskate. I remember, I was on a VoIP call with this guy. He refused to buy me dinner. He's trying to serenade me. He wouldn't even take me out for drinks. Flash comes in. Kurotai buff is going to be huge here. 11 damage versus the 15. Of course, the veteran guild would usually be favored, but not with the numbers like this. Marine Lord stands his ground. It's not just the damage buff. It's also the healing that's adding up. Horsemen wrap around the backside, but not enough of them. Frontline gets wiped. Corvinus, his assault is an absolute fail here. Has to shuffle home with what he's got left. He's got left does not look pretty. At the tail end of that fight, 34 military now to 18. Marine Lord, just methodical as always. Understood that having skilling trade like this, it was a ticking time bomb. A matter of time before actually Corvinus had to come to him. I love the understanding of the game like that. It's really important. You know, sometimes players find that boring. They don't want to wait at home. They want to come and attack. But sometimes you need to just realize that you're throwing away the game if you send it to your opponent. And that's what would have happened if you'd gone into Corvinus' base. Now, Corv, seeing on this Spearman, he has got the correct reaction. He's going into the Lanchneck. We also do have Zornha on the way, which is the bleed effect. Problem is, the crossbow count is continuing to scale. The Kurotai should be packing up and moving. Weirdly enough, Marine Lord has not done that. That might come back to hurt. Shove comes in. Gold is about to be exhausted here. And he does now know about the back gold, right? He built a marketplace next to it. Korf has to wait, right? You need about 6 lands next to try and take this fight. It gets messy otherwise, right? You don't know how many more crossbows are coming behind this. Landsneck are insane for Order of the Dragon. Probably the best unit in the game, but they only have 180 health, right? Crossbows hit for 14 damage. So, you know, even when you think about the damage mitigation armor, still 12 per hit. You die pretty damn quick, about 15 hits. They've come through. Crossbows start to target down. Marine Lord do the best he can to micro away from this. The good news, the spears are body blocking the Landsneck from getting in on the crossbow mass. The bad news is you're frontlining with your backline here. Second wave now arriving. That's going to discombobulate the formation a bit. Landsnecks are being sniped down. Only 2 left alive now. The bleed has been strong, but it may not be good enough. The attack speed arrow gets activated. Spearman pulled off to deal with the Gilded Horseman. And then a valiant attempt to defend here by Corvinus. Might get a stay of execution, but it's not going to get him out of this base, surely. Marine Lord is forced to retreat, but just look at those health bars. So Corvinus, credit to him, he does stay alive. He's had big gaps in gathering, though. No gold being taken in that time. Instead of farm transition underway. I think the second wave behind this is even more crossbow heavy. Am I the only one a little bit surprised Marine Lord hasn't? Yeah, okay, I was about to say, at this point, just go for archers. It's begging for it. It's a bit weird to build archers on this map because the wood is so far away, but Marine Lord is in the corner. Also, classic Marine Lord, right? Just get a crap ton of wood. In this game, though, you can't build farms with it, so you might as well go for pew-pew boys. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking I'm never going to see a Spring game anymore. It's like, you'd think with the way we were scaling Spearman, maybe, right? But that's another weird thing, actually. Siege was already underwhelming against Order of the Dragon, I feel like, and now it's even more underwhelming. Has been remassing. The crazy thing as well is, like, I'm surprised Marine Lord didn't play the Kurotai up earlier. Had he done that, that fight on the defense wouldn't have favored Corvinus at all. Oh god, wait. Corvinus, why are we so far forward here? I think he just assumed that Marino didn't have the economy to leverage a secondary group. That's a big mistake. Like, that overextension, he's at least got resources to remass, but look at the difference in military pop now. If Marine Lord senses this and starts to move in with the Kurotai, it'll become a kind of vicious cycle. Bombards are okay versus OOTD? Yeah, I guess. Sort of. Springles, though, are depressing. Because, like, Springles require saturation, right? Same as Mangoes. I always said Mangoes, even before the rework to Siege, were really bad against OOTD. But now Springles are as well, because like Springles is all the idea is like, oh, he's got like 5 lines of Spearmen. This is going to do a lot of damage. There is never going to be a world in which an Order of the Dragon player has 5 lines of Spearmen, unless what you mean is he has 1 line of Spearmen that he's formation shuffled the wrong way, right? God, a palace down the way. This has been growing in popularity, right? It's crazy because I think just not even a year ago, White Stupa was the meta by far, 90% of the games. Kinda now, I want to say 40% of the time I've been seeing it. I mean, it's not often you see Mongols going to Imperial, but it makes sense. You've got some really good options coming out of there. It gives you this surge point similar to what you see from Wingard Palace with the Wingard Raiders. It gives you that extra churn of units, but also things like the Saint's Blessing from the Rus. It's the +1/+1/+1, right? You get the armor and the damage. There's a 2 damage differential, which is pretty crazy in a game where you're already getting Kurotai buff by 20% against an opponent whose advantage is that individual units are better. You're essentially shriveling up that advantage and making him feel like he's playing against an Order of the Dragon player as well. Or rather, it makes him feel like he's playing a normal Civ. Korv has remastered Alliance, but keep in mind this is not a long-term plan, folks. If this attempt to break out fails, he's dead. He doesn't have the gold income, right? He has no relics. He never played for them at all. Marine Lord got 4 out of 5. I think he's just missed this one entirely, as is often the case with the Edge map once. Rams are now also coming in. Remember, Rams do get their damage buffed here, so a little bit quicker at deleting these buildings. Why does Kurotai build unhealed Rams? That's a good question. I've never tested if they build them quicker. But I do find it funny to this day that boats, Rams, all of them get healed by something that's marked as healing. Not repairing. Healing. God, I almost feel like the way I'm saying healing, because I got a bit of a cold, is borderline Stewie with cool whip. Healing. I think Corvin is about to get whipped into shape here. Horseman troopers are building up. It's a lot of spearmen to try and dent into, though. Khan Hunter also on the way to give that range buff across the archers. Horsemen are going to jump the gun here, though. Activate. Was that the move speed arrow? No, that looks like that was the attack speed arrow. Just get a few more shots out from the crossbows. Treat away for the Kurotai. Nice force there by using the land step. It shoves him out of range where the buff's going to be. The split from the horseman to try and wrap around the side. But Palace Guard now also arriving is a big problem here. Much more tanking the spears against this front line. Lance count already down to 5, and this game looks over. There's no coming back, guys. It's Imperial versus Castle. This was his one hope, and now he hasn't got a shot at all. GG called. The chimp may not always appear active on the ladder, but he's always got it. And you know, Order of the Dragons still suck. I don't know why I'm laughing like that. Oh. HP goes up. Yeah, I don't know if it increases it quicker, though. Because that's like a thing in some games. Like, for some guys, Asian mythology, there is a... there's the Asgardian fortress for Freya, where you can drop a fortress that slowly gets built, right? But you can actually accelerate the build speed on that by bringing your workers over. So I don't know if it works the same way. I would be intrigued to find out, though. What do we call that one? Marine Lord playing ladder? What year is this? Rare Marine Lord sighted on ladder. Boom. Alright, there we go. So the tournament that was playing was Fields of Blood. The games are finished for the day. I believe there's going to be more games tomorrow. I'm going to confirm that with Clear Man. In fact. Wait, was there another game? The way he just messaged me suggests there was. Oh, I give up. Yeah, so the team series are done for the day. More series tomorrow, question mark. Let me check. Remember back when all the top players played LAN and did not private their data? I mean, I've said it before. Players shouldn't be able to private their data. Not their pub data. Scrims are holy, but all the ladder games should be publicly viewable and you should not be able to hide it. Sorry, but if you want, if it's that important that your strategy is secret, that's what Scrim's for. Why is KP level 71? This is main? Because I cast games, don't play them. I'm a caster, mate, not a player. Maybe we'll play some when we get this new PC going. Wait, what was that? Let me check this. Switch across to me quickly. Apparently there might have been a second game. KB Conk one way. I think I've been over this before. I don't think it's like cocky or anything. I'm quite confident I could get Conk. Not because I'm the best ever. I think it's just a matter of practicing one build really thoroughly, really well. It'll get you there. Prove it? Hell no. Not with my current setup, mate. That ain't happening. Because I refuse to play the game on less than 60 frames. Okay, so it looks like there was... So the game we saw was game 1. Do you guys want 1v1s or do you want game 2 of the Ugly Cat Liu Tao series? One second then, because if we're going to do this, I need to, before I even switch over to the other view, make sure that the correct trim is showing so you guys don't get spoiler bombed. Alright, so game 2 is going to be a Rocky River. Oh no. I do just think Rocky River is not a good map. At least definitely not for team games, but it's also... If you want a late game, you'll get a late game in 1v1s quite often as well. Like I was saying earlier, I think statistically Rocky River delivers some of the latest game scenarios, frequently late game scenarios of most maps available. Anyone asked about that background? Look, if someone wants to change it, all they gotta do is redeem some points, okay? The fact that none of you have redeemed points to change this background says more about you than it says about me. We won't talk about why I've got this background. This is more about you. And I'm not shaming you. I'm not judging. I'm just saying. It's not me. It's not me. Alright, Emma doesn't like it. Oh, sorry. I'm only allowed one waifu. Emma, to answer your question, we'll cast this game. And then we might be able to eat. Probably slightly later than your projected time. Probably not too much later. Yo! What is up, Joke Bear? Welcome back. 16 months. 16? Oh, god damn it. I just changed it. I got to change it again. I'm changing here. Where do we go? Bro. I'm so rich now thanks to all those subs. I can afford my own Chinook helicopter. Look at that. Oh. Well, it's time to hop in my helicopter and take off for the bird's eye view, baby. Whoop, whoop. How about that for a smooth transition? All right, let's turn that off, turn that off. We'll turn that on. And then we'll give a flip on the UI and a point across. The ugly cat boys. Wait, what do you mean change? What change? What about change? Huh? Pleco, what change are you on about? Oh, background. I just gets changed whenever someone redeems to change it. That's how it works. We can choose a custom background. Yeah, so the problem with that, Blue, is how do I get the custom backgrounds? You see? That's the tricky part. So I used to use wallpaper changer, but with AOE4 open, that is really laggy on the system. So that's a problem. Stronghold. The Stronghold one I have in the wallpaper engine. Well, I say wallpaper engine is weirdly intrusive to performance, or rather, I think it's the other way around that AOE4 is rudely intrusive to performance. Maybe we'll be able to start doing it with this new PC build. I just need to finalize a few parts and then figure out when we're going to build it. Hoping in the next 2 weeks to lock those in. So we have some cool partners on board, but I'm still looking for partners for the GPU, the motherboard, and I think that's it now, actually, which is pretty cool. Yeah, so really cool what we've got coming up. So yeah, I need to get a GPU motherboard partner, and I wouldn't mind getting a monitor partner as well, actually. My monitor is... How many years old? 8? 7. I think it's 7 years old. 7 or 6 years old, something like that. Maybe 7. Alright, 1 second. I need to quickly put the logo loaded in, don't I? Doink. Alright, we'll get into the cast in a sec. AOE4 caps at 145. Wait, does Age of Empires 4 actually cap at 145? I wasn't aware of this. Is that a thing, guys? Why? What? I think we might need to get ready to focus on the game. You erect that bad boy wherever you want, son. Oh my good golly on. What am I looking at? One and all, welcome back to AOE4 Action. We are back in on the team format. $1,000 on the line in Fields of Blood here. Liu Tao versus Ugly Cat, game number 2. And we start off with Liu Tao looking to get back in it in a perfect way. Zhuge Nu, maybe, or maybe this time he'll accept the ways of the cat. But there's usually making an appearance, and what a way to begin it. Triple berries, double gold, and stone. This is why you RNG flip coin this on Rocky River. He could have had even more food over here. Get your numbers in. How many is that? I can't be asked to do the calculations today. Most of the time, I'm the one doing the maths. One of you can do it. I love all these people that, yeah, you can cap the game at 240, 145, all this kind of stuff. Then there's the people going, I can cap Age of Empires 4 at 75 frames. Hey, I'm going to teach you how to build a PC, because we're going to be aiming to cap our game while streaming at 140 plus easily. So, what have we got Civ-wise? We've got Chamber of Commerce? No, that's not being done on the other side. That's greedy as all hell from Liu Tao. So, they've gone for the greedy route. Trade being set up on one side. Where's the aggro coming from? That's a lot of pressure onto the Iber player to provide protection then. Because yes, he's going to be building Desert Raiders, but you could easily be seeing double Knights from the other side. A rush into Age 3 would give Baltine access to the Onimusha. Onimusha, of course, aren't going to do that well against Desert Raiders, so I guess it's not too bad. I do think overall this feels quite greedy, what we're seeing, though. I don't know. Does anyone else kind of look at Chamber of Commerce and wonder why you ever do it, right? Like, I still feel that way about Chamber of Commerce. Okay, here's what would convince me. And feel free to flag me if it would be broken. But, like, compared to Skull Cavalry, it would make sense if you've got Merchant's Guild in age-free because of it. And sorry about that, guys. Let me get rid of the... Why does it keep doing that? There we go. It makes sense to me if, like, you could get merchant guilds in age-free instead. And you didn't need to go Raw Institute if you made this choice. Then it has some flexibility to it. Because otherwise, yeah, you get some free traders. But School of Cavalry is just so much tempo you give up. The production speed is well on all of your cav buildings. Pretty ludicrous. The Medigarden, what was it in the end? Oh, wait, it's got Disturbance of the Peace right now, right? So this must have been... I want to say about 160 resources, right? 50 gold, 25 stone. Let's check the food count in range. It's got the 6 there. Caught all the 6 there. And then it caught, I think, all 8 there. Good God. So that ends up being 20 times 6. That's 120 food. 120 food. So you got 195 resources from this meditation garden. Absolute jackpot. Kind of wild as well, right? Because with the assistance of his allies, it's not like they can just camp there and burn it down. And yeah, we've got a lot of scouts coming from KJ. Makes sense. It's a cost-efficient way of trying to disrupt it. Awkward to do it against Desert Raiders, though. We'll switch and shift away just in time. However, if they go range form, they could snipe you. All right, we're going to hit the speed up a little bit here. I'm wondering what we're getting on the other side. Warspite, he's done the same as last time. He's gone for the multi-TC build. What is up? The future is ours. Thank you very much for the resub, buddy. Welcome back to Swarm. If you watch this later, why not actually check us out live? You could even get access to those emotes yourself if you drop a sub. Or you could appear in the video, like you just did. Guys, we're not going to be getting Furimba this game, right? Right? No. Because here's the thing. I know a lot of people like that. They're huffing the hoping right now. They're going, Furimba, Furimba, Furimba. Give me Furimba. There's one problem with the idea of Furimba. KJJ likes to win. Sorry, Furimba lovers. It's just the reality check here. I think this time around, Lao Tang may consider going for the Cav. Last game, he played as the Zhu, and he'd done the 4TC build there as well with Zhu. I think this part was fine. I think the farm strategy was fine. I think the lack of participation was fine. The issue is the way he participated. I just don't think Zhuganu works that well here. And with this matchup, either, I don't see it being that valuable. But Furimba, so in team games, I think Furimba can work. But you are a liability. So it's all about just getting to a point where you're useful. But in 1v1s, yeah, Furimba sucks. It's really, really bad. And I mean, it's going to need a drastic change. It's probably going to need its old behavior back, so it's just an outright buff all around. The tough part is just how good cows are, either way there, right? It's like, if you do that, do you then have to nerf cows? I think Marlene's fundamentally still is kind of a flawed civ. Of all the civs in the game, they may be the most flawed. It's just too much safe resources at home underneath your TC. No other civ brags this style of safety. You know what I mean? Not even sound like English, I think. I am regularly saying that I wish English got reworked. Which, you know, people who say it's noob friendly, I get it, but it doesn't really need a 40% attack speed buff. That's what I'm saying. Oh, did we put predictions up as well? Sorry, Gambaholics, we have to pass this one. But let me know who you think is going to win this one. Liu Tao, press 1. Ugly Cat, press 2. You guys like it when they put their names, their clan tags in as well? It's kind of unique and different, right? It's just a shame the way the replay system works is if these players now change their names after the fact and you watch the replay later, it would update to whatever. It's sad when I kind of catch up on tournament games and I'm watching Buster McFilibuster or Wiggly Toes 917 or Orangutan. Actually, in fairness to Marine Lord there, he only uses the orangutan count on ladder, right? So he always keeps the MA.Marine Lord account. So we've got one. We've got a lot of twos. What are the win conditions? So I think the win conditions for Liu Tao is survive. Because the French player is in kind of a weird position. I mean, he's starting to scale knights quite well. Actually, like, wait. He's caught up. I'm kind of impressed. However, with the only moves are already coming like this, they should be able to defend. Actually, I think Liu Tao is surprisingly okay, despite the greedy choice by France. It's kind of worked out. Like, despite the greedy choice by the Zhuji as well. I don't see a world in which Ugly Cat punishes. So Ugly Cat now has to look to the late game. It's not bad for them. They've got French Knights. They've got Japanese, which I think are so damn good, no matter what phase of the game you're in. Marlians, to me, is still a question mark. We saw it work in the last game, but I don't think it was necessarily because of the Marlian pick itself. I think there were better things that could have been picked there. So curious to see what's going to be able to wield in that late game, because I really like the comp coming out from Liu Tao. Liu Tao scale better the later they survive. So I think Ugly Cat were on a timing attack here that has failed. So this is where they're probably going to be able to set up trade. You've already got green putting down the marketplaces. Expect purple to do the same. Or rather, I'd say the more important one is Knock Knock needs to do the same, because for purple, it's all about TC booming. For French, it's usually about trade posts. And why does it keep doing this? Apologies, guys. I need to create another scene. I'll have to do that at some point. Is this a replay? No, it's just they have similar draft to the last game. Remember last time they were in Hillendale. Oh, give me a sec, guys. Blood is rushing to my foot because I just put it down on the floor for a sec there. It's really exhausting keeping your foot up on a stool. You know, it was like, yeah, just rest your feet. BS. Wall law attempt there. It's going to be a wall null. Kind of surprised I didn't get a phone call today, actually. NHS standards, right? So I'll probably get that tomorrow or Wednesday. For those just tuning in, basically I'm waiting to hear if I need surgery. Yay, me. Now, surgery sounds really scary. It is. But the upside is I'll be like a transformer, bionic. So I guess that. Actually, I don't think I'm even getting the bionic treatment. Pretty sure they're just going to stick a bunch of screws in. All right, high trade house on the way. Get your numbers in, because this one actually looks quite good. Considering the tree line, he actually chose the perfect time to start shifting into it. Metal plate, man? No, they don't do metal plates anymore, apparently. Well, not often, from my understanding. So, like, I was worried about air support security, and I was told that, like, they won't trigger the metal detectors. So I think they use something else now. I do think I'm going to miss climbing, though. My goal is to try and not to get chubby, because, like, okay, so positives, I chose a time of the year when there's not many physical events in esports, so I don't necessarily have to decline gigs. Chances are lower, at least. Negatives, I chose a time of the year when we all tend to put on weight, and I can't do certain forms of exercise. I think Fat Pigeon's coming back, chat. Oh, no. And then I'll lose my Protein Works sponsorship because I was like, sorry, buddy, we like to fit enable you. We like to enable that version with our whey protein and diet extremes. You can get them yourself, by the way. Explain what Protein Works. You didn't see that coming. Oh, they use magnesium bolts. Okay. So what kind of bolts are these Onimusha using? I'm not going to lie. They don't look that scary. When you look at the arch they have with their arrows, you're like, wow, that penetrates armor. Okay. Guess we're just all wearing plastic. High trade house, 140. So that's not too bad. It's kind of on par with what you'd normally see. Baltin, meanwhile. Ladies are counting pretty high, but Xi has done a good job of keeping pace. In fact, multiple points, he's had a slight edge. Kind of like this from Xi. He done it last game as well, where he laid in just a few horsemen. Because if this ever turns into a Japanese mirror, it gives you an edge. The problem is, Warspite, as the Rus, has so much effective HP there with his own, with just Boy's Fortitude, it's proven a problem. Grenadiers are now arriving, by the way. Remember, that did get buffed, so you can now build them into Castle Age. I don't know if you really want them this early, but it seems like Lao Tang has taken a very different approach to this game. If you guys remember last time, it was just imp, boom, no presence. This time around, they actually have a fourth member on the Utah in the mid-game. Oh, God, my foot. Ow, ow, ow. I'm starting to realize I probably should have taken my painkillers. I'll get them soon enough. behind this, we've got, what, 3 TC Japanese. Trade hasn't been fully set up, but it's coming now. So QF is really getting deep into it now with the corner trade. That's already starting to develop as well on the south side. Blue and green. Purple also joining in. Damn it, my foot. All right. I'm going to try to survive until the end of this cast. But the painkillers have worn off. So if I become a little bit delusional, it's not the pain, it's just the injury. Desert Raider count getting pretty good at the moment. Love to see that age 3 coming in soon for Takian. I think it's really important to get those upgrades through, and yet he's gone Desert Raiders this early. A little bit surprising, actually. Normally you want to wait until the age 4 where it gets the most wallop. He does at least have the potential to go, say, Adabegs afterwards, though. Could be really impactful. I think logistics is kind of underrated here when you've got 4 players that you can assist. Then again, when the armies are this big, it kind of just feels like everything dies too fast for side healing to really matter. We shot behind the walls, which are starting to layer up, but I like how there's just like no trust here in some areas. I was about to say, I love how straight, just raw straight Liu Tao's wall is actually. You can tell they play together. Oh god, this is going to be a long game, isn't it? I can tell. I knew it was because it's Rocky River. You just, that's enough info in itself. Lao Tang is going to try to push into end though. I'm at least happy that he's playing the age 3 instead of just rushing age 4. Hopefully he does something more cav related when he gets there. So I think he will eventually get there. KJJ forced to the defense, but the Shuganu Spear Mass. So much damage already done to the Siren Trade Network. Tech up completes, Knock Knock makes its way up. Mirrors are coming in, but check this. Lao Tang is now going for that age 4. Really big deal though. He goes to the Temple of the Sun, so the movement speed is going to be there immediately for this Ford army. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I'm putting my foot down, I'm putting my foot down. That wasn't like a metaphoric statement. I'm literally putting my foot down. I probably shouldn't, but screw it. It actually hurts to keep it up. What you guys need to realize is the way I'm tilting around at an angle just to try and cast. What's up, Joro? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. See? Joro gets it as well. That's literally what I already said. Caster gets cast. I literally began this stream by going, I am now better than 99% of my fellow casters because I am a caster in a cast. It's double the cast. Double the fun? Maybe. Horseman now wrapping around the backside. This could be a good pincher. The problem is there's still 18 spearmen in here, so it needs to be a coordinated effort if they want to sandwich this army. I mean, it's going to be a little bit discombobulated here. Onimusha are able to pick away at this. The Juganu do have the extra range, but Onimusha still the 0.5 advantage. And the Horseman blocker coming in, back around. The Ringy Ring of Rose is complete. The Spearman just slightly out of position leads to a loss of Lao Tang's main army. Onimusha reinforcements now arriving from pink to assist red, but he's pretty much dead at this stage. Ford army is going to be lost. However, keep in mind they're taking this attack to the enemy base. So yes, army white, but no immediate counteroffensive. And on top of that, I think there's an opportunity now for Liu Tao to set up stone walls. I'm a bit surprised it hasn't happened yet. Could end up being their downfall because at this stage, 20 minutes in, funnily enough, is all it takes to you to arrive at a stage where everyone's ending up pop blocked because they've reached 200 max, and you need to look to protect yourself against flank raids. Could have been a caster and a cast and a cast that rep. No, dude, don't get me started because I almost was. I think I talked about this in my Rebel Warlord breakdown. I think I almost killed myself in that castle. They needed to be on the show, and I was up on the walls, so I ran the long way around, and it was really dark. And they have these wire protection things that are also kind of meant to be trip protectors. And one of them was on the edge of the stairs, and I ran around, and because of the railings was at a weird angle, I tripped and almost went flying on a stair decline that was at such a weird angle that you could have probably went flying over the crenellations or into the courtyard. I grabbed the rail just in time. So yeah, I mean, I guess maybe this climbing accident injury was was bound to happen because this is, you know how it works, right, guys? When you dodge an accident, it's like Final Destination logic. You gotta still be got somewhere, right? It's not gonna kill you, I think, but it's gonna get you. Just like these raids. There's only so many times you can let them burn down the walls before they're gonna break in and do some damage, and we're starting to see that now. Knights arrive on the east side. Good buffer back coming in from Knock Knock. However, the west side is the bigger problem here. Mass Desert Raiders and Onimusha is not something that Ugly Cat are ready for. Could have been a caster and a cast in a cast if you were born in India. Yeah, but it wouldn't have been a castle. But what you could have been is a caster in a cast called Cass. Defense now coming through. Warspite to the rescue here, but he's going to need some assistance. It's hard to hold this back on his lonesome. Desert Raider count is getting worrisome large. Walls are coming in, but it's still no stone warding. Remember, they can't get that from Warspite. He's not going to be going Spaskar, no doubt about it. So with high armory there, it means someone else has to come all the way along to create stone walls, or he's going to become a liability. Yeah, this is looking really bad, actually, for Ugly Cat. I don't know what their out is right now. Liu Tao is the right call here, setting up the forward base. With an infantry comp, even with the Divine Haste, you need that gap close. The upside, at least right now, for Ugly Cat is the trade hasn't been reached. The moment that gets hit, this is over. So that's probably what's keeping hopes alive, dreams alive here. As we know quite often, folks. For anyone who's just began it on the beach, getting a massage, only to turn around and notice it's an 8-year-old lady, dreams can quickly become nightmares. It's just a matter of perspective. I'm sorry, what? Knights now coming in. Onimusha trying to hold. We have got the rocket launcher Shogun at Castle. However, there's nothing really stopping him from diving by this. Right, once again, the lack of walls is going to get them killed at this rate. KJJ is at least trying to make up for it. He's walling right to left, but it's so much effort when it's you on your own. On top of that, there's now a proxy base in the way that's making it almost impossible to get that efficient wall around. Backside of this. Trade being leveraged by, I think, every player. I think even Japan has joined in. Yeah. So they've got some good civs for it, right? You've got the Malians that get the taxation, then you've got the French, which are phenomenal with the merchants guilds. Other side, it's just merchant guilds, nothing else that really benefits here. Guys, imagine if Dali horses allowed you tax, or no, allowed you to trade 20% faster. No, I'm not going to go there. It technically makes your drop off of gold 20% faster, which doesn't matter at a 0% rate. Coming in. Javelin's trying to hold between the two landmarks here. The Onimusha aren't being fixated upon, so they're still kind of maximizing their DPS. The worry do have here is not Baltoon's first wave, it's the secondary. If this army gets wiped, he won't be able to afford a replacement because now his farms are getting guided out. Still, important that they don't give this over. They have to hold this very point because if they do fall back any further, the trade is going to get intercepted. A little bit surprised, by the way, they haven't been trying to trade with the neutral posts. Yeah, why, actually? Because, wait, what? KJ, come on! He's like, you got to wall, guys. Walling's really important. I'm going to wall for all of us. Yeah, could you learn to gate, though? What? Oh, man, this is like the most griefy point of their setup. I feel bad for him because KJJ has actually been doing the important things for them. He's been doing the real walls. It's funny, though, because with the way they've been moving, you might as well have just been going to the neutral trade post, especially with the stone walls now up. Shove back begins, though. KJJ has started to ride with the hand cannoneers. Streltsy also added in. Now, this was something we did highlight in the last game because the drafts are very similar, and it holds true here again. Japan, Malians, Rus, these are all very good gunpowder civs. On the other side, you haven't got much. Iabids are subtly okay because of the fact that they can get the Mamluk's Bravery, but they're going to want to build Desert Raiders. You only have Japan. And on top of that, you have a civ that can't even build good gunpowder units. They're stuck with just the Grenadiers. So if this starts to turn into static fights, I get really worried for Liu Tao. They need to find a way of spreading the map wide. They're better when they're mobile. Shove back beyond the fold again. Additional wave arrives. The Knights should be able to get them all the way home. Bombard comes out and wishes it wasn't born at this stage. Chelsea just making sure the gap closed on top of enough units that they will get that stat deployment. So snipe out successful. Ford Army is going to have to fall back. And all of a sudden, when this game looked borderline over, they find what they need to reclaim home. They got a lot of recovering to do though, right? We're talking about, what, 550 eco. They're not too far behind by about 30 maybe. They've got the military lead. Right now, though, it's more about positioning, right? Like, with these forward landmarks, there is a growing risk that Liu Tao could try to creep for a Sacred Site victory. It's not easy, but with that Red Palace placement, it is in the realm of possibility. I don't like this, though. Well, I like this and I hate this. I like this because it's not just a GG stomper. I hate this because that means I'm further away from getting my painkillers. I'm not an addict, okay? I can stop whenever I want. Just don't want to. And that's at least getting big, but remember guys, this isn't Imperial Age, and I'm a bit worried about that particular detail, right? QF is more prep now. He reached him. Knock starts to look like a liability, so they need to sling the resources. They just done it as well, so we'll build his way up with his own Red Palace. Placement is not going to be great, though. Protects the trade, but doesn't really do anything about this growing Sacred Site threat. Ow, ow, ow. So at this point, I'm like pivoting my ankle left and right in the cast, and I don't know if that's making it better or worse. I'm looking for that spot, you know? Also, it's getting tingly, and I don't know if that's because of the pain or because of blood. Anyone who hasn't been watching the stream and understands the whole context right now is like, what the hell is happening here, KP? I'm not dying, I just feel like I am. Nice counter-offensive. Fort base is being deleted. It's kind of funny how when you get into team games, Japan essentially builds all the units they don't in 1v1s. And they don't build all the units they build in 1v1s. Right? I mean, some civs are like that, but I think Japan's probably the biggest extreme I can think of. Right, like French, sure, they're going to only build knights, but they'll build knights in team games and 1v1s, you know? Juganu will appear in both. Cavalry archers now appear in both. Why Japan don't build Onimusha in 1v1s? Because the Mounted Samurai opening is just much better. If your Castle is rushing, Mounted Samurai do more. One Mounted Samurai does 3 times more than an Onimusha will, right? It's all about the logic of what you do with the units you have. That's why I said the Chamber of Commerce, I'm never a big fan of it, because you're giving up a really aggressive timing on your first night. The first night is much more impactful than the second, the third, and fourth, right? And individually also, like, these units are much harder to counter, right? Like, one Mounted Samurai, even if it runs into his counter, can win. One Onimusha runs into its counter, it will die. What other civs do that? I mean, Malians, they kind of build things that they build in both. Yeah, it's just Japan. I feel bad for Japan every time, right? It's like, it's a weird civ in that you can't keep nerfing their castle options because you aren't buffing their feudal options. Not the way it needs to. I think the issue that still remains for Japan is the feudal age feels weak economically. That's where they struggle. One of these days, though, they'll be OP. And when they are, I've stolen a draft flag from Red Bull Wallalow to wave. Dive coming again. Apologies. Frame rate's a bit low. We'll be fixing that in the coming weeks when we build a new PC. Actually, I don't think the frame rate will be low for you. Selfless Me has set it up so that you guys get 60 frames and I get whatever's left. I'm casting a slideshow right now. Overdive from Alton here, not ideal. Onimusha really need to be keeping their distance. However, it's a trade out. Get rid of the crap unit, get the good unit. More hand cannon is being built. As soon as I say that, though, he's actually queuing up additional Musha here. Shot back continues, but I mean, Liu Tao look immovable in the center here. Guys, Are we taking notes? Because this is the thing that I beg for. Whether it's 1v1s or team games, Liu Tao fully gets it. Proxy bases, central bases. When you take a win, move your production lines forward. Don't be that guy queuing up golems from a racks in the corner of the map. That's how you lose games. Right? When you're in a game, you're like, I don't get it. I was just winning so easily in my base. Part of it's defender's advantage, but part of it is really the lack of full production that we see in a lot of games. Okay, near overextension again. West side, we have had some breaches coming through, but no cheeky attempts to get around the flank. And I'm a bit worried. Yeah, you can see Liu Tao thought that they were actually trading the neutral trade post. They got to be thinking, this is great, now realizing they're not, because there's a lot of extra resources being left on the table, right? Look at this, 183 gold per trade compared to 140. That's a pretty lofty increase, right? It reads like 20%, but it's slightly more because you're also trading diagonal instead of horizontal. I want to lose games. That's true. We've seen you through this. But you lose them in style. Oh wait, what kind of farm setup did we... Hey, we got a triangle boy. A loose triangle boy. Alright, one's if you're the person that builds 3 granaries clustered together in a triangle. 2's if you're the 1 granary type people. 3's if you build granaries like this. Kind of curious. 1, I knew you'd be one of those lazy triple granary boys. I think the triple granary slapped together is more efficient for the initial farms, but less efficient once you've set up like this. And then this is better when you don't have enough Imperial officials, but I would wonder if maybe for China actually the 1 granary setup is probably better, whereas for Zhuji, because the Divine Haste doesn't affect villages, but Yuan Dynasty does affect villagers' movement speed, like you have to do either this or the cluster, whereas 1 just doesn't work as well, which feels bad because obviously you get additional taxmen as Zhuji, so you feel like you should be able to get away with like just, you know, supervising 1 granary. But I'd argue, yeah, you have extra taxmen, so why not supervise 3? Have you seen the statistics that Corvinus did with granaries? No. How long ago was that? I'm sorry, but if it's not a NASA scientist, alright. Yeah, the numbers may have changed though. How? There's so many tiny changes. There's something probably impacted. Also, another thing to keep in mind. You're about to say how, as if weird things don't slip through that are unintended. I will remind you that we now live in a time where for some reason chemistry still buffs siege ships. Wait, do we have a wonder? We might. Lao Tang is saving up big. Someone needs to take Age of Noob's role. It's a shame he was pushed out. I mean, it has to be Wonder. This map returns more Wonder plays than I think any other map in the game. I've said before it's Hillendale, but Hillendale just doesn't appear as much as Rocky River anymore. Yeah, so we might have a Wonder race, actually. Knock is starting to save up. He's much further away, so they need to do something fast before Lao Tang is able to get away with this. And Musha are going to try to dive in, but even a Palisade wall will keep them back long enough for reinforcements to arrive. So this is the point of the game I was talking about, where like you actually should have just built Farimba. Can I be a noob as a lawyer? I'm sorry, do you know how many players in the Age of Empires 4 scene have broken NDAs without repercussion? I'll let you think on that one for a little bit. Nice, now charging in, so it looks like we denial the keeps. A nice shove back here. They need to be able to address this red pass though. We've got Bombards moving in. start sieging. Bouldering is just showing up for a participation room, but not really doing anything right now. You might get a breakthrough soon here, though, because it feels like there's been a lot of tension on the west side. They're trying to draw it towards QF. Sure, Knights are solid defenders, but they're better leveraged when you're playing on the other side of the map because they can arrive and reinforce at a better rate. And there it is. Lao Tang, Wonder Online. Enclave of the Emperor has been erected. Plan's going to have to change here for Ugly Cat if they want to draw this one out in 2 games with a clean sweep. Right now, that seems difficult, right? Yes, they've reclaimed their base, but at what stage did they really look to threaten on the other side? The walls have been good enough to stop them, but now we've got the sneak-ins coming through. Warspite able to shuffle in on the west side. Keep drops as well, so a little bit of consolidation in the area, and a blocker to the trade. So not the end of the world, because remember, they have still got those corner markets they can just shift across to. But it does remove some of the value they've been getting, and that's important considering that QF has no gold in reserve. Oh my god, what happened? Villagers now just trying to rush this up. Horseman diving in to try and counterattack it, but Dekin can't do this on his own. Meanwhile, other side, we've got some interception on trade as well, as Lao Tang is starting to dive into the base of Baotoon once more. But nothing strong, nothing everlasting. Access points will be kept open here, though, as the castle is going to get denied in the center. Knock, knock. Now knocking at the door. With the assistance of KJ, they are going to find a way in. The problem is there could easily be another stonewall layering coming behind this. So far, not the case. But I think he's now deleting some of the farms. Yeah, so he is surrounding the Wonder. It pains him to have to delete and rebuild the granaries, but it is what it is. Shout out to Phyllis Burdo for reminding us how tough it is to live in America with the state of the healthcare system and opticians' appointments being very expensive. Because, as you like to point out, the team that is winning is trading, which is true. But both teams are trading. And one of them is trading at a power of over 2 times the other. Losses aren't cheap, folks. Oh, this is a blocker as well. He's getting in position for it. Outposts are at least being built by Dekin, but that's not an impressive defense here. He needs some assistance on this flank. I mean, maybe they just don't think that the gold matters, but you've got a French player, you've got a Japanese player. Like, these civs live or die by their gold access. You could go for Veins as a backup option, but there is some shove back there as well. Baotoon is starting to prowl around this area. He's denying some of the gold veins. Central ones have mostly been tapped. There is one remaining on the flank over here for red. Outside that, there's really not much left in their purview. Just that nice. Knock, knock! Who's there? The big boy Ray. 12 minutes till a Wonder victory, but they're making good strides here. Knock, knock, able to get on the backline economy. A blocker to the trade as well. And a ripple effect, there's no doubt, going to knock into the neighborhood bases. Army's quick to react here. G mobilizes the cavalry to try and funnel them in. Second wave is following through here. And I think this is going to be Knock Knock just burning down the marketplaces to try and reset the trade. A bit unnecessary though, right? They've already blocked trade on the west side. Then again, it is being recouped. So I guess they felt a necessity to make this move. This many Knights, he should have enough time to burn these down before he gets wiped out. Or you could burn 90%. This is pretty hard, actually. Elsewhere, forward infrastructure is being forfeited, though. Warspite's second wave, targeting the production waves of Dekin on the front line. Problem is, at this stage, because of the Wonder choice, they don't need production on the front line. So while it helps you to progress taking out these forward buildings, it doesn't get you the win. You're the one that now needs to dive deeper. Is now arriving on both sides. Now, we talked about this actually. He hasn't gone for it, but if Dekin goes to the Mamluk's Bravery, you have this pretty potent hand cannon unit with the Ibids getting a 20% buffer on damage. And remember, ever since the change with hand cannoneers, they don't get that plus from chemistry anymore. Serpentine powder is unit specific, which means you can actually trade favorably into Streltsy. because the Sultan's Mamluk, the Bravery, isn't unit specific. You kill a unit, you get a buff. Again, just back further. It's crazy, man. I don't see the way right now for Ugly Cat. I mean, like, what is your way in at this stage? It feels like they're all attacking different angles. I get it, because if you all go to one location, your opponents will do it as well. But no real ground's being gained. I think this idea of intercepting trade was cool about 10 minutes ago before they had a wonder. Now, they should have enough resources to hunker down. I was a little bit worried about Kiev's gold state. Doesn't really seem to be hurting him, though. And even if you hurt him, right, you've got a player who's going Horseman, Juganu, you can afford that ad infinitum. Desert Raiders should be somewhat affordable even with the lack of mass gold. Onimusha would have been a bit worrying for G, but with what your opponent's building, a lot of the time, Horseman would have filled the role. Like Clash on the east side. We have got Republicans arriving. There's the massive Mustafadi Gunners as well. Freeman leadership is also there, so the mobilization to keep chasing onto this. And a forced retreat. Here's QF. Forced to engage with a few too many players at once. However, elsewhere, we're seeing ground given over again, rather, as Lao Tang moves in. 9 minutes now away from a wonder victory. And it seems all progress that was made by Warspite is just gone. Hey guys, we're 42 minutes into a game of trade on Rocky River. I think it's time for me to have one of my rants about how trading with teammates is not a productive element of team games. I'm going to keep it short. That's literally at this time. Oh, okay, one more statement. It needs to be nerfed. Hard. It's pretty dumb. Look at army count. The problem with the army count is the reinforcement point, right? Like, Onimusha are coming all the way from home. The proxy bases are being set up by Warspite are being pushed back. They don't really have the full power of this military force, right? A lot of the time now, because you're leaning to Liu Tao's side of the map, they might be 170, but then they'll be fighting into, say, 210. It's a slight edge, but it's not an overwhelming lead like we're seeing militarily. It's just so much ground still to gain. The upside is if they do start to push this fast, there's no stone walls, but I think that's, yep, now changing. I mean, credit to him, Knock Knock is always aware of it. He's been supplying cannons to the army the entire game. Side, we have got Horsemen now breaking through. Like this from Warspite, you need to know what you're up against. Where are the walls? Where is the entry point? Right now, if you look at their vision, you can see they're playing a bit blind. They haven't seen this area in the map in a very long time. The only way they've approached the bird that belongs to Liu Tao has been on the far left and far right to intercept trade. Other problem with what Ugly Cat are doing here is they are kind of burning their reserves quite quickly. And militarily, like, this can only hold up so long, right? Wait, Britboy, dude, like, the timeout was for 15 minutes, I think. You've been gone for, like, almost 2 hours. I'm going to try to distract, but I think the rocket launcher town center should be good enough on its own. Knights, in the meantime, are going to gain some ground here. Would gain more if they actually protect the hand cannoneers. Mustafadi Gunners left the front line. Not an ideal situation. The Robotiquins also was stopped when it came to production there. A little bit surprised we didn't get more of those, considering they look quite effective. This is going to be close, guys. I can feel it. We're 6.5 minutes away, and they are now starting to make some progress. The problem is they basically need Warspite to get in and distract. Dekin, every time he arrives in an extra wave, things kind of shuffle back towards the midpoint. So they need to bog down the Iber player over here, but then also shuffle into the economy. If they can stop some of this trade, that's where the real progress is going to be made. Walls going up, and unfortunately Lao Tang is starting to realize he may have been a little bit greedy and late with this. And Cannoneers will be able to deny it, so there is going to be an opening on the east side here. 6 minutes to go until that wonder victory is complete. Trade count 225. They almost have more traders in this game than they have villagers now. Ugly Cat. Military lead has still been maintained throughout all this as well. What is going wrong here? Well, QF apparently just feels like the Knights aren't good enough, so switching hand cannoneers, but one warrior I have there is who's providing the front line. Looks like maybe it's on Dekin. But Dekin is bogged down in that war on the west side. And wait, did I just see that right? Wait, what? He went trade wing. What? Why? Over Adam? Alright, they're going to lose this game. I'm struggling with this one hard, chat. Why? I guess for the wonder? That's the only reason it would make sense, right? Is it's an efficient way of trying to like exchange gold into the resources for a wonder. That must be why. That's kind of cool, but also you've crippled your late game because you don't have Adabex. Might come back to bite you in the butt because they're already shuffling through. Rams are on the way, Horsemen on the way. I've got what, 2 Shogunate castles here? I actually love this. Double Shogunate castle. They haven't got additional keeps nearby though, so pretty much a weak defense on the east side, strong point defenses on the west. Which is worrisome considering the Ugly Cat are coming from the east. Say that, apart from Warspite. He's getting so much ground. Okay, Warspite, his flex is 1v1 on the west side here. It's kind of cool when you think about it, right? Because Horsemen are one of the best things that Roos can build into in the late game. You're up against Ibid's massive Desert Raiders. They have to pivot off their comp. Rams are going to start marching in the Shogunate Castle. 13,000 HP. It's not an easy kill, though. Going to take a while. Villagers quick on the response here to deal with those Rams. More troops are pulling back, and that might mean more ground gained. However, it's between a wave here, so unlikely to see too much progress out of Ugly Cat. They only have 3 minutes and 30 seconds left until a wonder victory for Liu Tao that would force a deciding game in this elimination set. That's a discount Great Wall gate. Wait, guys, no, Blitzkrieg isn't wrong. Guys, if you put the Grenadiers on the wall, you have a poor man's Great Wall Gatehouse. Boom. Okay, someone needs to go do that strat, thank you. I would cast the crap out of that. That's, like, you know what that is? That's 2024's version of discovering you can put longbows on walls. Am I the only one looking at this still unconvinced? Like, it's 3 minutes to go, and it's almost like all the progress is halted for Ugly Cats. Another big problem I'm seeing is, you know, Onimusha, hand cannons, they're making some progress here. Bombards are moving up, so maybe this will be tight because there's a gap again. Oh my god. Alright, I'm calling it. If they win this, if they stop the Wonder, it's going to be down to about 10 seconds. We're at 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the Wonder to go. Battle team starts to march into the choke points. Second wave being bolstered by G. A lot of these horsemen are wrapping around with Onimusha now. This could be a big backstab. If Baotun loses this army, he will not have time to replenish. It'll take too long, right? He's running across the map. And the backstab does come in. Horsemen connect straight away. Anything they touch, they're going to get bonus damage against. Onimusha follow up as well. Hand cannons from the side. He shuffles north side, but he ends up leaving his HCs behind, so Onimusha will live. But the premium unit, the pop efficient unit here is going to die. Shigadu barely able to get away. Only a handful left. Knights on the east side from blue. Looked like they were starting to win, but remember, yellow has a lot of hand cannons here as well. We are just 1 minute and 30 seconds away, and the UI has had a heart attack again. Apologies. I think this is it, guys. Damn, what a way. Liu Tao. Ballsy close. I love the fact that Ugly Cat kept this competitive. It looked like, you know, if they just had 5 more minutes, right? The way that Warspite was playing this flank, I think that would have been a deciding factor. But it's too little too late. We're 1 minute away now. Onimusha can ride as deep as they want, but they don't have the ability to break through the walls. What they're missing right now is rams and cannons. Those rams and cannons still feel like they're a mile away. Also wasting time on TCs. I get it. He needs to open the choke points. But he's got no time to work with. Knock Knock just needs to send it right now, but Lao Tang is already beating him to the punchline. The villagers are pulled. They know at this stage they're all in. It's not about having an economy left alive. It's about throwing bodies onto the fire. Some World War II Russian level strategies here with full Stalingrad sending it. Bodies as body bags to be sandbags in this situation. to slow it down just a few more seconds to get Liu Tao on the boards in this elimination series. 20 seconds away, and not a hope in hell left for Ugly Cat. It will require a third game here in Fields of Blood. Woo! Well played. Sorry about that, guys. The UI, yeah, kind of broke a little bit. But funny thing about that third game, I might have to do it tomorrow. Because food is now ready. And we have been live almost 5 hours. Probably should be like taking it more easy when we come back, but you know. Yeah, I need to get painkillers, get some food. And then I got to catch up on a bunch of things behind the scenes as well. So I also think, if I'm not mistaken, they were having some, like, apparently there was a spectator bug. So rookie numbers, we need 12 hours. Okay, you come here and I'll break your ankle and then we'll see how you do. Probably not well with the American healthcare system. What we'll do is we can open up by catch. I know it's unorthodox, but sorry guys. Like I'm live for almost 5 hours. I've got so much stuff I've got to catch up on because I was out of it for days due to the injury. So we'll catch up on that. We'll catch the final game of the series, Dry Arabia 1, tomorrow to start. And I think we should have more series tomorrow as well. I'm waiting for confirmation from Clearman, but I imagine there's at least one series, if not two, playing tomorrow. We can also cast, and then we can cast some 1v1s. So that's going to be it, folks. Thank you for tuning in. Absolute pleasure. I'm going to find someone to raid. For those watching on YouTube, Twitter, same time tomorrow, I'll be live. I'll see you then.